right, I'm live. Make sure we got everything as it should be. Bruce, good morning. Sergio, hello. Yeah, TGIF, yep. Kyle, good morning. Fairchild, howdy. As always, if I sound okay and if I sound audio-wise good, if you don't mind hitting that number 1 in the chat box. Thank you, Fairchild. Again, just hit that number 1 if I sound okay from the audio point of view. Kyle, okay. Always good. Mark, thank you. Rob. All right. It looks like I am sounding just fine. Perfect, perfect. Well, happy Friday to everybody. Hopefully everybody's Friday is going well. Taking another 11,000 payout. Yeah, I saw that yesterday, Mark. Congrats. That's awesome. Hey, Alan, good morning. Good to see you. Hit that like button if you have not yet. For you veterans, if you're brand new, welcome. No need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You don't know if you're going to like this or not. But if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button on the highway and you sound crystal clear. All right, awesome. Kyle, thanks. Well, I had I'm having a good day, but a funny, hopefully it's still there. It is good. All right. Had a funny kind of good reminder, good lesson on things that I'll get to, but I'm going to wait till 11 o'clock when this is officially supposed to start. Heads up, everyone. Chum speaks at 1:30. All right. Well, when we get closer to 1:30, Rob, if you're around, would appreciate another reminder because I don't know if I'm going to remember by 1:30. Hey, good morning, Nero. Good morning, fellas. May you experience profitable trades. Thank you, Eden. Same to you. How's everybody's Friday going so far? Like I said, I've had a good Friday. And a good reminder, good lesson that I look forward to sharing. Good morning to the hardest working man. I don't know about that. Depends on the day. Sometimes I don't feel like I'm working very hard, but thanks for the kind words. Paul, Hola. I was going to be saying Ola? Yeah, Ola. That's Spanish, right? But hey, Paul. Great. I made my money already. Fantastic. Gil, good morning. Oh, from Israel. Very cool. Interesting pullback area right now. As I kind of speak, let more people get logged on. As we've come up through this congestion, now we're pulling back and trying to put a little bit of a hammer candle. Like I said, we got all sorts of congestion here. We have the 200 period moving average, that pink line. We have the 50 period moving average, that purple line. We got the 21 EMA, that green line. So if you are long already, you're thinking of going long, I would never call you crazy. I see what you're thinking. I can see the logic. Would like to learn how to do this. Cool, Adrian. Yeah. Well, if you're ready to work hard, come on into the arena. I think this market I think today's been a really nice market. I mean, some great trading action. Got my birth certificate today. You must have lost it. What fun now. I can hit the DMV again for Real ID. Oh, yeah. Real ID, they do want like every little bit of information. I'm surprised they didn't ask for like a blood sample or something. So again, just kind of watching this, and this is the 5-minute we're looking at. Here is it on the 2-minute. So like I was saying, if you're long or thinking of getting long, I don't think you're crazy at all. I see the logic. I see the logic behind that decision. So in fact, congratulations though if you did get long. 5-minute here, nice bounce. I'm sort of questioning why didn't I get long, but I know why, because I'm trying to spark up the conversation, get the live stream going here. But hopefully maybe some of you grab that, or like I said, we're already long. SPX, SPY is battling an uptrend on daily chart. Hello, Clay from Nigeria. Hello, Emmanuel. Eden, hopefully you're not trading SPX, are you? Because SPX, the options, are you trading SPX options? Because there are better ways, my friend. There are better ways. Or to be fair, maybe you're just watching them for your analysis. Yeah. We'll see how this 5-minute candle closes on the 5-minute. If we can get a nice green hammer and it comes back down, I'd be interested in a trade to go long. It's looking like this thing's trying to stabilize out here from the long side. Just a lot of kind of sideways right now. So we'll see if it wants to continue to kind of go sideways. And then maybe, you know, not that I even would need a big break to the upside or anything to make it worthwhile, but want to see how this 5-minute candle first closes. And we have less than 1 minute before this candle stops moving around. So if you're beginner, 5-minute just means that each one of these candles takes 5 minutes to take shape. So like I said, we have less than 1 minute before this candle will stop moving, and then the next 5-minute candle will begin taking shape. Whereas right here, we are looking at the 2-minute time frame. So in other words, each one of these candles only takes 2 minutes to form. Just using SPX for analysis. Okay, good, Eden. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. We don't want to be doing options. No, thank you for day trading options. Which, by the way, for those of you that are aware of Pam's plant and weren't here yesterday, I did make a change to one of the S's right here. Say goodbye to theta and strike prices. I mean, for anybody that's ever day traded options, you know what I mean by both of those things. What strike price should I change? What strike price should I change? Oh, theta. Oh, man. Again, day trading wise, there are better ways than options, that's for sure. But yes, that's the newest little update I did to Pam's plant. Say goodbye to theta and strike prices, because I've seen that come up time and time again now on the live stream. There is a lot of people that are out there day trading options, and like I said, there are just better ways. All right, we have that candle closed. I would be interested down around 50. Yeah. Whoops. Let's get over to the MNQ. Let's see. Actually, kind of tricky. I guess I could just do the lows. Yeah, let's just try that. Buy. And put my stop down there. Oh, yeah, so risking about 5 points on it. I can risk 5 points. I'll be okay. Hey versus ace, going well. You did an add S, so I'm not crazy. You did add an S. No. There's always been 2 S's. I changed one of the S's, though. You've got cold since yesterday. I could send over bitter cola to you. It works perfectly. You've got a cold since yesterday? No, I don't think I have a cold. Do I sound different? I'm not aware of me having a cold. I got kind of a lingering cough, but I feel fine, and I thought I sounded fine. Maybe not. Maybe I sound like I got a cold. But appreciate the offer to send me over some bitter cola. I don't know what bitter cola is, but I'll have to try to do some research next time I do get a cold. See if I can use some bitter cola. All right, coming back down. Trying to get long there at that green line. Stop loss is the red line. So just looking for bottom part of this area. If this is some sort of all right, close. Was close to filling me. About 2 years ago, I was credit. If so, can you explain mainly what made you switch it? Yeah, no, not even 2 years ago. Like several months ago, I was trading futures. I can explain after this trade, though, assuming it happens. Whoop, very close to filling me. All right, at this point, let's do this. I'm going to look for a little bit more of a pullback. So I'm going to buy there. I think I can get a little bit better of an entry point. Or should I just... nope, I would have been filled and I'd still be in. I would not have been stopped out of that first trade that I just canceled out. If it drops below that crosshair where I have it right now, it would have been a stop out. All right, good. I made the right decision to cancel that trade out. Because that would have been a losing trade. Now I'm looking to try to buy right there at that dotted yellow line, which is the VWAP. So seeing if it wants to come down there. But it doesn't. Ooh, oh, that would have been bad. Oh, that would have been frustrating. So remember that first trade I had out there, it would have stopped me out, and then I'd be looking at this. A big old bounce back upwards. Those are those things that can send a trader on tilt. Oh, yeah, no, I was day trading options and stocks up until November. And people have been telling me about futures for a long time. Finally gave them a try, and then you factor in prop firms. But the main reason why day trading options literally makes no sense from a mathematical point of view is this right here. I mean, if you buy an option, the obvious way to make money is, well, if it goes up, you make money. Obvious way to lose money is if it goes down, well, you lose money. What happens if it goes sideways? Well, a normal person is going to say, well, yeah, that's neutral. Doesn't go up, doesn't go down. So that's the neutral part. Nope. In options, you lose money. Why? Well, because there's something called theta. So think about it. Of the three things that an option can do, two of them cause you to lose money, meaning you have a 67% chance of losing money in day trading options. Now, if you're going to tell me, but Clay, I make money day trading options. That's amazing. Truly, that's awesome. Very well done. My question to you would be, how much money do you think you could be making? How much money do you think you would have made had you not had to deal with theta that entire time? And that is what day trading futures bring. Because futures, yes, they are contracts, but there is no theta. So you get to trade contracts, but there's no theta on those. So from the day trading point of view, mathematically speaking, you are working way harder than you actually need to. Because you have a choice to not put yourself in a position where you have a 67% chance to lose money. So that is why, like I said, this is not an emotional opinion. Like, mathematically provable, as I just showed. It makes no sense to day trade options. Why put up with theta when you don't actually need to? I guess that Trump speaking thing is Elon and Trump to have a press conference at 1. You're saying 1. I think somebody else said like 1:30. I don't know. I know you all in the room will fill me in on Trump speaking, so I won't be too worried about it. You guys do a good job of that. As a reminder, if you've been here before, make sure you hit that like button. If you're new, just to explain, this live stream and the length is a function of your interest as a viewer, your entertainment as a viewer. And as long as I know people are interested, finding value, then I will keep streaming. And I think we went on one stream like 4 hours and 20 minutes this past week. So I'll keep going as long as I know there's interest. So it's a very practical outcome if you click that like button. I'm not asking just for vanity metrics. I'm asking because I'm trying to gauge, are people interested? So as that like button goes higher and higher, I know people are indeed interested, entertained, finding value. And as long as that's the case, then I don't feel like I'm wasting my time. Yeah, are you not entertained? Gladiator. Which I do think is an overrated movie, by the way, just for the record. It's not a bad movie, just overrated. Yeah, so right now I'd be very, very irritated because if you're just getting here, what you didn't see was I had an order to get long, somewhere right around here. Don't hold me to it, but somewhere right around here. But I also had a stop loss that was somewhere right around here, but point being, that would have stopped me out, almost at the bottom. So again, like I said, if you don't believe me, I guess you can scroll back on the live stream, but literally had the order here. I canceled it out because I'm like, no, I think it wants to drop down a little bit further. So I canceled it out, but had I not canceled it, I would have been filled, would have been stopped out, and then watch this big old bounce happen. So I would. So that feels great. I feel so good about canceling that order out right now. That feels like a winning trade. Yeah, trader. Yep. But you know what that also means? That it's not impossible. Do you know what would be a 100% failure rate? Trying to make a slot machine player. Like, I'm going to turn slot machine playing into an income stream. That would be 100% failure rate. So yes, trader. As I've said a million times, and you know this by now, which is where I'm still kind of a little skeptical of you and your motivations here. You keep talking about the same stuff like we don't address it. You've never heard me say it, because I've never said it on this live stream or anything else. Trading is hard. Yes, trading is hard. But you know what? It's possible. And your very own statistic there that I don't know why you throw it out there because you're trying to scare people away. Trading is hard, but it's possible. And that very own statistic proves it. What's not possible, though, is turning slot machine playing into an income stream. That would be a 100% failure rate because you cannot get an edge. There's nothing you can do to build consistency, to manage risk with a slot machine. You were just talking about options trading. Okay, right, but that's you totally missed. You totally missed the point then. Because that's not what I was trying to illustrate there. I was just saying the outcomes of an option due to theta. Because anything you buy, and this could be a piece of real estate too, right? Anything you buy could go up, it could go down, or it could go sideways. Like those are the three things anything with a value can do. So of those three things in options, two of those three would cause you to lose money. So every time you buy an option, you quite mathematically have a 67% chance of losing money. I did the same, but did not give it enough wiggle room. So you took that trade narrow and got stopped out, or did you also cancel it? Hey, I'm not sure if you remember, but yesterday I told you I bought the 25K test and passed. What do I now to get the fund? They should email. Did you get an email? They should email you telling you all the next steps. By that logic, you have a 50% chance of winning the lottery since you can only... No, that's not even close to being the same thing. If you've traded an... I'll just put it this way. If you've traded an option, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Good morning, Clay. All set up on Profit Trader, 25K account code Clay. Hey, shout out. When did you start? Yesterday, Chris, or did you just sign up today? Morning, Daniel. Morning, Kevin. Yesterday, awesome. How did you make any trades yet? Not yet, little gun shy. Hey, no rush. Richard, good morning. Triple R, good morning. I see our friend is back with the bots. I assume he's in the room. Which I was trying to explain yesterday. I'm so confused by it. The guy he was a nice guy. I just wanted a little clarity. So if you are here, create a new name and come talk your algorithm. Would love to hear it. All I'd like is for you to give me where your algorithm would buy. That's all I wanted to know at that point was, hey, okay, you keep giving us levels, but like where would your algorithm buy? That's all I wanted. And as far as I could tell, you were not answering that question, but maybe I was misunderstanding. So you are welcome to come here and show and flex your algorithm. But I just want to know, okay, where's your algorithm going to buy at before the price gets to that level? And then where would the stop loss be? Those are the only two numbers I looked about. Well, yeah, I'm bringing it up again because they're here. That person is here doing however they're doing. They're jacking up views and likes because I'm not sure why. Like I said, it was confusing. He seemed like a super nice guy. Michael. I'm not calling you a bot. Trading is risky, but with knowledge, simulator time, and understanding charts, you can be upwards of 70% positive. The last 2 months, as I got back into that, I've only had 2 days right, and that's nice job, Michael. Good job. Options are such a hit or miss thing. I'm new to trading, and I started small and blue too. Yeah, no, that's exactly what they are. And you say that they're hit or miss because your timing has to be so good. Because if your timing is off, then, yeah, because of theta, it's not going to be pleasant. Because sideways action kills you. One of my red days was today and yesterday. I'm up like 65 on my take profit, trading on it, knowing even if you're up and it pulls back a little but still goes against you, you play. Yeah, yeah. Just take those profits. That they certainly don't want people trying to swing for the grand slams. If you time the pattern perfectly, you can do quite well with options. But if you, yes, no, fully agree, Richard. That is a true statement. But I think any options trader will tell you that's also a pretty big if, and a hard if to remain consistent at. Yeah, all caps if, exactly. Well, the 5-minute right now is kind of just chilling out right here. Slightly up above the VWAP. So again, if people are getting long here, I wouldn't call you crazy at all. In fact, I might hop in long and just put the stop loss down below the VWAP there. So yeah, I might have to join in. I like the risk profile. See if it wants to come back down. No, well. Or maybe I just get left in the dust. We'll see. Let's also get this up there. Keep an eye on that. Does a high volume break of that trend line send it up to that orange line up there, which is the previous session's close? We'll see. I would be very scared of anything short right now until the price can at least clear some of these key levels. So if you're saying, well, Clay, I'm waiting for the price to get down below VWAP and then I'm going short, I see the logic there because that would imply that the price is broken down below the 200 period moving average, it's broken down below the 50 period moving average, and it's also broken down below, the VWAP itself. So where'd my stop? I'd like a little bit smaller of a stop. Maybe I'm being overly picky here. Okay, I'm in at that blue line. See if we can get some sort of bounce here. Blue line is my entry point. Not looking so hot right now, but we'll see if it wants to bounce off that purple line. Okay, I got 2 left. So now I'm going to put my stop slightly in the green. So now this will be a winning trade no matter what, and I'll move my stop loss up as it goes. Okay, I'm going to move it up here. So now, okay, I'm going to move it up some more. So notice how the red line is above the blue. So now it's just a question of how much money am I going to make on the trade because I don't know how high this is going to go up. So that's a great feeling to have. There we go. Let me move it up some more. Move it up some more. And out there. So nice little trade on that one. Yes, Evil Shadex, it's being botted. Please, if you're a veteran, you should know that these are not the normal numbers. I upset somebody and they are continuing to, instead of being an adult and coming and talking, they're choosing to act like a child. I've offered to try to give this person another chance to show their algorithm, to show how great it is, but they have chosen the pathway of a child, apparently. I really hope we get to 21,420. Maybe. But yeah, that was a nice little trade right there. Nothing fancy, came down. And that is exactly why I was saying I'd be very scared to short anywhere around here. Because if you shorted without confirmation of getting down below VWAP, yeah, you just had that thing bounce pretty nasty right in your face. Hey, Clay, thanks for all your help. Quick question. Once approved for the pro plan on Take Profit, would I still be able to... Yeah, the first pro phase is still in the sim, yes. S-Bet is garbage. Like, that's the epitome of why those stocks are just so inefficient to day trade. Because you are either getting roasted or you're doing pretty well, but there's really no middle ground. And if you happen to fall on the side of getting roasted, you're getting roasted bad. I woke up too late to do any of my pre-market trades. Well, there's always Monday, but I guess there's always Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Chop, chop, and more chop. Yeah, it's not, kind of. Like, here's a trend line that I drew this morning, and that was very nice follow through there. Hey, good morning, Logan. Ooh, do I try again is the question. I woke up today, no trades so far, waiting for a big sell. Patience is key to success. Not chopping, more chilling after a big move. I got in S-Bet at, like I said, if that's your cup of tea, those stocks are either you'll do well, but you'll eventually give it all back. Can you trade futures on Sunday? Yes. Futures open back up at Sunday at 6 p.m. They close Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern, so futures will close Friday today, 5 p.m. Eastern, and then they'll open back up Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. All right, now I'm interested in potentially a short on the back test here. Get short at that red line here. In. Out for a little scalp. A little scalpy scalp. So I think that was at, I don't remember, 117 or something. So whoever's a math genius can do the math real quick there. I don't know, maybe try a back test to the purple line now. I'm new to your tube. What's up? Yeah, well, we day trade futures here. Futures are way, let me put it this way. Day trading futures through a prop firm is way safer than anything you're doing with SBET. SBET is just waiting to not waiting, it already has, just wreck people's accounts. I know it's one thing to look at this, but let's look on the 1 minute here. So think about this. These stocks that move super fast, but there is a point where people were buying here because they thought it was going to go. And then look how, and this is a 1 minute. This thing dropped like $20 per share in the blink of an eye. And then it got halted, which is why it just stopped there and then it started trading down there. So in other words, you could have bought right there. And I kid you not, you could not have hit the sell button fast enough and all of a sudden you'd have been stuck in a halt. And then it would have moved right down there. So sure, you could have made great money there and then maybe bought the pullback and then right there and then move like that, boom. I mean, these things are so, it's just, and the thing is when you're trading things like this, it's all your money at risk. Where with Pam's plant, there is the built-in risk protection just via, yeah, a low float stock for sure. Yeah, it's yeah. If you get it right, to be fair, you'll do very well. But all it takes on those sorts of stocks are one or two where you don't get it right, and you will be literally crushed. Especially if you start to get stuck in those halts. And any small cap, low float traders that are here, they know exactly what I mean. Things are all fine and dandy until you get stuck in a something against you, and then your account is basically done or severely damaged, and you barely have anything left. So, yeah. SBET, it's certainly been a huge mover, but those sorts of stocks can giveth, but they can take it away very, very quickly. And those are the sorts of stocks where you could be at like an 80% win rate, 90% win rate, but then the one or two that go wrong, it's a very painful experience. All right, I'm more so curious about this trend line here. Is that more so the accurate trend line? Actually, let's, we might have a flag pattern here. Let's try a little lower trend line right there. Yeah, okay, all right. So let's make this. Basically have a bull flag pattern. So if you're a fan of bull flags, it might be worth keeping an eye on it. With SBET or similar stocks, even if you were to manage to be, yeah, that's true. That's true, Eden, but it's trading stocks is just, it's inefficient. No, the golf holes are only for the pennant, Bruce, not the flag. The golf holes are for the pennants, the bull pennants. But like, so Eden, like what would you consider a small position? Or excuse me, a super small position. Like what would you say, like, I don't know, 10 shares, 50 shares? What platform do you think is best for trading futures? Well, that's a twofold question for me because I think day trading futures is best through a prop firm. So the prop firm that I believe to be best is Take Profit Trader, which is the link that you see at the top. And then I like Tradeovate. But is that the best? Oh, I have no idea if it's the best. It's just the one that I use that I like, but that does not mean it's the best. Hey, Childlike. Thank you. Same to you, and it's been a pleasure to have you part of the private community. Yeah, well, the thing with that, Eden, is the vast majority of people that are trading those, they don't have a whole lot of money to begin with. And the reason why they're trading those is because they want to grow that amount as quickly as possible because they're trying to get up over that $25,000 amount so that they can, quote unquote, officially be a day trader, right? Because the pattern day trader rule states you need that $25,000. And if you don't have it, well, then you cannot day trade as much as you want. So yeah, most of those people are not going to have real big portfolios where they could take 1% of it. And that 1% is not really going to mean a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Dan. I was on time, but I was chatting on your chat from May 28th. Ah, gotcha. All right, we are at the bottom of the bull flag. I don't know, maybe you disagree and don't think this is bull flag. So to play a potential bounce off this trend line, I'm going to keep an eye on it, see how it behaves. Thank you for your kind words. Have enjoyed your... Good, I'm glad you've been enjoying. All right, yeah, that's why I wanted a little bit more confirmation that it was going to respect this. And as of right now, I'm not really getting any confirmation that the price is going to respect that lower trend line anymore. So right now, just going to deploy the SOH order. Sit on hands. Jose, hi there. Another good day. Good. I'm glad you've had a good day. I've been using MetaTrader 5, but cannot make VWAC work. I have zero experience with MetaTrader. So sorry, brother. Not going to be able to offer you much value there. We're sort of entering into this void. I guess maybe that's the point right there where I would say, you kind of enter the void where you have that little batch of support and then nothing until kind of down around there. Now, let me be very clear. I'm not saying that if the price comes down here and cracks that level, it's going straight down to that area. I'm just saying there's some open area here where I could see the bears picking up some momentum. I got to remind myself to put the question mark. Without the question mark, then people are like, oh, so you're saying that's for sure going to happen? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just throwing out some thoughts. So we'll see. In fact, let's get that level actually mapped out. So I think that's yeah. Oh, and that happens to be 21,300 too. So a big old round number. All right. How much have you taken in payouts from the product? Enough to make it worth my time. I thought this would get a little bit more push down here. I thought it'd get a little quicker. It may still roll back over, but if I'm being honest with myself, I thought that once it started to kind of putz around like this, I thought the momentum would pick up a little quicker to the downside. So, yeah. I'm not sure my eyes quite have it. Hey, gang, going. Clay, nice green to hot streak. Continues. Hope we're ever going to get Apex. Chris, in case anyone new doesn't know, I found your video on setting up Tradeovate. It was very helpful. Thanks for that. Good. Yeah, thanks, Chris. In fact, I'll throw that in the chat in case anybody is curious how to get their platform to look like mine. Not that there's anything special. That's not my claim. But some people like, hey, how do I get Tradeovate set up? So I'll just put this link here. Again, I'm not saying this is how you have to set yours up or this is the be-all, end-all, but I know sometimes people wonder. So there you go. You can check out that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that has me a little worried. Like, I don't know if my vision, if I quite have it. Because, like I said, honestly, I thought that movement right there and then the failure was going to start to get it to come down. But Now it's on the exact opposite. Yeah, Chris, that's a I think that's an accurate way of putting it. It's just, if you want to look at it as a starting point, great. And then you can, tweak it, adjust it as you go. Yeah, that was a pretty rough fake breakdown there. What is super, though, interesting now from the short side is if this were to come up here, look what we have. We have the upward trend line. We have the 200 period moving average, that pink line. We have the 50 period moving average, all basically right at that level right there. Does that mean it's a guaranteed rejection point? It doesn't, but there sure are a lot of areas of resistance right at that point. So I could see myself interested in maybe a short up around that area. But first, step one, it's got to get up above this green line here, which is the 21 EMA. Strong level for either support or resist. Oh, yeah, right. Well, yeah, if the price breaks above there, then yeah, you would expect that to now begin to act as an area of support. But yeah, right now, in my mind, I'm thinking resistance. Based on my short experience in trading futures, I've noticed that they often create false break. Yeah, false breakouts is a thing. Yep. Some people, that's all they do. That they'll try to play fake breakouts or fake breakdowns. Yep. So just to illustrate kind of how theta works for options traders out there, because I'm looking. So let's say somebody bought a put. A put option means you want to see prices go down. And let's just say that they got it like right here because they thought it was going to keep on moving down. And then they sat through all of this right here. Chop, 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 chop. And then they finally got the move down here. Now, I'm not saying that this would for sure have been the case, but a very real possibility depending on other things that I'm not going to get into because that's too far down in the weeds. But even with the price moving down to there's a possibility that the options trader still did not make any money because of theta. Again, they bought right here, but because of theta and because getting stuck in the sideways chop before the move down, when the price was down there is a very real possibility that person was not in the green. I know that's hard. Like, what? But you said they'd make money if prices go down. I did. But the problem is, before it went down, it went through this big old area of chop right here. So that is the problem. And that is why I say, of the three things that a price can do within the world of options day trading, two of those three could cause you to lose money. That's more. End of month. Oh, end of month plus end of day pump. All right. So S Moore sounds like he's going long. I don't know. What time are you going long, S Moore? What time is the end of month and end of day pump going to start? You going long at for the last hour of the day or what? Yes. Yes, I am. It's interesting though, Apex. Because I reported the first one to YouTube, so I think they have protocols in place. Because my views are right on pace to what they normally are. So I think it's in real time factoring in who's a real view and who's not. Because it's my quote unquote views that I can see behind the scenes should be way higher with all the stuff, but it's not. It's literally right on pace to what it would normally be. So I think by reporting it to YouTube, I don't know what they did, but they're aware, so they're just keeping an eye on things and. My metrics behind the scenes don't seem to be getting messed up. But yeah, after this is over, I'll just report it again. Hey, got attacked again. Like I did the first one. They're like, okay. Some of your external stats may change after we do the review. I said, yep, that would be expected. Just want you to know it's not me doing it. So, yeah. No, if you're trading close to the price, you'll see benefits. But if you're trading far away from the price, no, Hawk. No, there. Like I said, there's other factors that go into it, Hawk. But the fact of the matter, no matter how close or far you are away, theta is still going to show up. I mean, it's still there. I do agree that the effective theta can be different based on all these other things, but that's why, I try to, tell you, like, depending on the thing, it's very realistic that you could have bought a put right here, wanted to go down, you get stuck in the sideways action, and then it finally goes down, and that movement there may not have gotten you into the green, depending on other things. But the point here is that even if that did happen, you still would not have been in the green as much as had you just done a future contract where there was no theta that whole time. By the way, do the markets in the USA close 1 hour early on Friday? Nope. The markets, if it's a holiday, yeah, sometimes markets will close. But man, what a wild move. Fake break and then all the way back to the top and now up through there. The market may be bad, but I slept like a baby last night. I woke up every hour and... The market may be bad, but I slept like a baby last night. I woke up every... Oh, I get it. You sound like a swing trader. Swing trader losing sleep because they got to hold overnight. So as far as the live stream is concerned, so far 2 for 2. So I'm happy with that. Glad I noticed that I have an extra account on Tradeovate. Yeah. Take Profit Trader. They have, what is it called? Take Profit Trader bucks or dollars. Basically, when you spend money with them, they have like a rebate program. So eventually, yeah, you can earn different rewards, including an account. So I don't know if that's what it is, but I do know that with Take Profit Trader, the more you spend with them, like it's like credit card points, right? The more you spend on a credit card, you're getting points back and rebates and all that sort of stuff. So same general idea. But again, to be clear, I don't know if that's what's going on with you, but that does seem to be, it could be a possibility. Yeah, I stopped doing that a few years back because my sleep being all messed up. Yeah, exactly. And then the gaps, that's the thing with swing trading where, I'm not saying anything's wrong with it per se, but yeah, the swing traders, that they got to deal with the sleep of what happens if it gaps beyond my stop. That's something that definitely needs to be considered. They probably created an account by mistake. If the account isn't in the dashboard, then it's in... maybe G. Brooks. That seems like it could be plausible. All I know is that you can get free stuff with Take Profit Trader, once you start spending enough. What do you trade, Jose? Please don't tell me you're trading or day trading crypto or Forex. Jose, please. Please don't tell me that's what you're doing. Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Why? Why would you waste your time watching paint dry day trading Forex? All right, here we have quite the rollover. 11:30. I don't think there's any news or anything. Oh, Jose, why? Why watch paint dry? Will you continue? I mean, I've been trading live for the past, I don't know. Where are we at? About 4 months now? 4.5 months? So yeah, that's the plan to keep coming live. I was so close to push the long button. Woo! Well, I guess where? If you're close to pushing it right there, bummer. If you're close to pushing it up there, I'm assuming you're pretty glad you didn't press that button. I started following you this week, and I look. Depends on the day if I know my stuff. Depends on the day. Wednesday, I can't remember now. I think Wednesday. Wednesday, Clown Fiesta. Got chopped to pieces. So it sort of just depends. Yep, that is true. Losing is part of trading. That is a fact of the matter. That's what I always tell people. If your ego's too big to be able to accept the loss, I'm not quite sure the whole trading thing is going to be for you. Wow, what a move down. What was the tweet? Was there a big tweet that came out this morning that moved the markets? I thought what moved the markets at 8:30 was because of, what was it, the inflation? I think some sort of inflation report. That's what I thought moved the markets, but I was not aware of a tweet that Trump sent. What tweet was this? Does anybody know? Interesting to see if there is another fake breakdown at the 320 level. Yeah, we'll see. Right now, it's looking like it. It was a tweet about China. Okay, and that tweet created a big move. Like I said, I just looking back at this morning, I'm just thinking of this move right here. And if is this the Trump tweet right here? I assume this was when they released the inflation data. Oh, this was a Trump tweet? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you're right, because that was a random time, 8:08. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, I wasn't at my computer during that time, so when I just showed up and I saw that, I was like, oh, that must have been when they released the inflation data or whatever. Oh, yeah, that's the benefit of prop firms right there, folks. Because if you were using your own money on a move like that, wow, you just got roasted. Like, roasted as in, that's all your money, just poof. Yeah, right there, Pam's Plant, what we preach around here. Prop firm, and the nice thing there is the added risk control, specifically protecting your own money. Because yes, for childlike innocence, they lost some accounts, but so she lost some of the accounts, but were the accounts like thousands of dollars? They weren't. It would have just been the cost of the account that is now gone. So $119. If it goes poof and you lose the $2,000. If you're doing that with your own money, yeah, that's literally $2,000 out of your pocket. But with prop firms, yes, the consequence is you lose your account, but how much money did you actually lose? Well, just you lost the cost of the account, which in this situation, $119. So yes, that's that. Yeah, those are the movements right there, which are a good argument for Pam's Plant. Holy smokes! Now, if that had been a news release, then I don't really feel bad for anybody because you can look at the economic calendar and know when that sort of stuff comes out. But yeah, just the random tweets like that. Eek. That's rough. He said China violated the tariff agreement. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, this entire time I thought that was just because of the inflation report or whatever that was out. Japan's government, the U.S. and Japan have deepened their understanding of each other's positions and made progress towards a trade deal. Gotcha. Thank you for the FYI. NASDAQ 100 Ninja. Hey, Lauber, how you doing? No, they're not real. Babu is here. To get long or not to get long? Stop right below this line here that I'd mapped out already. Maybe. Let's see if this wants to consolidate out a little bit more. Might be. This is an interesting method to increase your leverage. But how do they make money? Most traders book. Oh, you're day trading futures without a prop firm, Jose? You're crazy. You're crazy. What country are you in, Jose? I just asked because I don't want to go through it if it's not even going to be something that you could do. Portugal? Yeah. Oh, I don't know if they're open to people in Portugal or not. LMNOP. Let's see. We don't want to see Portugal. Nope. All right. That would be open. Oh, yeah. They make their money because if you pay for a test and then you fail the test and fail the test, they're making money that way. But the one that I eventually, or that I, so the way it works is you pay very minimal, you prove you can trade, you pass the test, you move it into the pro, and then of the pro, they keep 80, but the pro plus, where you go to the live market, then they're keeping 10%, so that's where some of their revenue comes in. But then, yeah, a lot of people pay for tests, and they don't pass, so that's where they get it. But yes, all of this right here is... So I think what you're probably saying is, wait a second, this seems like a scam. What kind of business model is this? How can they only require 119 from you, and then they're going to let you go lose $2,000? Totally, good eye. Very good eye. Yeah, but this whole phase here, this is all happening in a simulator. I've had some people get upset. Wait a second. So in order to pass the test, you have to make 3,000. So if you make 3,000, all you get is your pro account. That's all you get, and they get the 3,000. Well, no, because there wasn't actually $3,000 being made either. But yes, that is how it goes. So I mean, it's a very good risk reward scenario. Mark, I don't know if Mark's still here, but Mark is a member. He's just a member of my mentorship and everything. Been around years now, but he has paid $1,500. So this amount for him, let's just say $1,500 across many accounts, but he has since been paid $25,000. So he's got $1,500 invested. And then right now from the prop firms, though, he's had them pay him $25,000. So if he loses his mind and goes nuts and just loses all his accounts, well, yeah, he will lose $1,500, but he's already been paid $25,000. So he's well in the green right now. Only when you prove yourself. Yeah, you got to prove yourself first, Jose, exactly. I mean, I think it's certainly worth a try because, again, if you go back and, you're in one of these movements right here, like if that was you, Jose, that could have been really rough for a futures trading using their own money. That could have been a disastrous situation right there. But for the prop firm trader, the only disaster for them is, yeah, they lost their account. But did they actually lose thousands of dollars out of their account? They didn't. They just lost their actual trading account. So, all right. Do I want to try to get long around this area? That is the question right now. Well, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these lines. I think they've served their purpose for now. By the way, if you're new, when I'm glancing over here, it's not that I'm like glancing off into the magical mystical world of Sour Patch Kids or anything like that. I have another monitor here, and this is where other time frames are at. So right now, this is what I was looking at, the 5 minute right here. Nice little candle here forming on the 5 minute time frame. We are right now on what you're normally watching as far as the live stream is concerned is the 2 minute. Well, I don't know if Trader is here, but Another fake breakdown of that level right there. Maybe you got. I think you should create an account. Start playing those fake breakdowns. Maybe you got the Holy Grail. Oh yeah, well Jose, that's the thing is you can try to avoid it all you want, but when you have a president in play that is constantly tweeting stuff at random times, sometimes it's just hard to avoid. I hear what you're saying, and that's smart, but yeah, with Trump, you never quite know. Taco. Tacos are pretty good. We need to know his. Well, I mean, but the thing is, even if you knew when he was going to tweet, there's still two problems. Problem number one, you don't know what he's going to tweet. And even if you did know what he was going to tweet, then. Oh, his sleep times. I see what you're saying. We need to know his sleep times. I don't know. That assumes he has sleep times. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. Looks like a descending triangle on the 2-minute. Maybe this is what is this what you're talking about? That descending triangle? Oh, that's what it stands for. Trump always chickens out. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Apparently, I'm not as hip to the lingo out there these days. Want to see how this candle closes? I may be interested in getting long down here. Well, no, I'm good. I'm glad to report I officially know what taco means. Well, what are those things called? What's something like what's this called? They're not. That's not an acronym, is it? What is this called when you illustrate a point using letters? What are those called? Is it an acronym? I don't think it's an acronym. Hey Ben, good to see you. Julius, cheers to you. It is an acronym? Oh, all right. Well, good. I've always known what a taco is, but I didn't realize that it was an acronym for something. Not a palindrome. What's a palindrome? Acronyms are usually one word, not a phrase. Well, keyword there being usually. So this is one of the unusual spots. Oh, okay, taco. Okay, so I'm not like totally out of the loop on not knowing what taco is. That makes me feel a little bit better. Like I follow the news, but like I can't say that I'm like obsessed with it. But that makes a little bit more sense if it literally just started. Mnemonics? Mnemonic? I have no idea what that word is, Royce. Your vocabulary is above my pay grade. Palindrome is when you can read the words. Oh, okay. Like mom. Gotcha. 04. Oh, I don't know that about race car, but you're right. As I look at the word, race car does fit that description. Yeah, definitely way more impressive than mine. Oh, like mom or dad. All right, I want to see this. If this thing comes down and then comes back up, I'm buying right around probably 308-ish, give or take. But step one, it's got to come back down one more time, and then I want to see it come back up. A mnemonic is a memory aid. Gotcha. This is going to sweep London lows and go higher. Oh, all right. So Salish is all in, or going to get all in. I mean, there is no possibility. There's no, they think it is. That's what's going to happen. So where's your entry point at, and where's your stop loss going to be, Salish? Okay, you've made a claim. Cool. We're all for claims, but let's try to narrow this down. So how do you plan on making money from that? Where is your entry point going to be, and what's your stop loss at, Salish? Entry point and stop loss, please. It's looking like this one is not going to... In hindsight, what a stupid requirement to have it come back down and then go back up. But that's hindsight for you. Got in long. So, Senpad Ad, what are you doing? Are you still like trying to bulldoze things? Or what are you doing today? Are you still no stop losses? Roger that, childlike. Well, we will wait for Salish. Salish right now is in the category of broad statement trader, which is fine. You can make broad statements, but I mean, a way more credible thing is to actually tell us how you're going to make money from the broad statement. I'm not trying to roast anybody. I'm just trying to gain more clarity. Like, that's cool. That person thinks that we're going to sweep London lows and go higher. Okay, so I'm curious, how does that person plan to actually make money from that statement? Which is why I'm curious. Well, okay, what's their entry point going to be? And then where's their stop loss going to be? But all I've gotten so far is silence. No, Jeddah, we're under a bot attack. I made somebody upset. And apparently their ego is so fragile that they decided to do this. By using my spidey sense, Jada. By using my spidey sense. That's how. And what's up with you not watching for like 5 days? What's up with that? I have no idea how many are bots. Usually we're around like 150-ish people. So you can do the math. All right, maybe a short here. In. Blue line is my entry. I am short. Seeing if this wants to get rejected off of that 21 EMA. Uh-oh. Well, loser on that one. Want to see if it wanted to reject? It did not want to reject. Oof, that was close to my stop loss. Still in the trade, though. Roger that. Hey, Salish, where are you? Salish, right now, I'm gonna be, if you're still here, I'm telling you right now, if all that stuff happens and then you come and say, see, I told you so, I'm banning you. Because anybody can play that game. So if you're one of those people that is just going to wait to see if it happens so you can tell I told you so, but if it doesn't happen or the exact opposite happens and then you just disappear into the mists, no good. So yes, please, let us know. This is going to sweep London lows and go higher. Okay, well, how do you plan on making money from that? What is your entry point and what's your stop loss going to be? Oh, you dirty rat. Oh. My wife loves the I told you so. I may be a crazy person, but I'm thinking about another short if it wants to come back up a little bit more. I may be crazy, though. Guess the trade isn't making any major moves right now. Yeah. I'm not sure what. I mean, I'm not in a trade right now. $21, 144. Holy, what? Okay, so they're waiting for way down here. Is my entry from there? It is going higher. If it doesn't sweep, I don't enter. Okay, well, where's your stop loss going to be? After you enter in at 21,444, where's your stop going to be after you enter in? So I appreciate it. Thank you for your entry point. But where would your stop be? So all that stuff happens, it sweeps, and then you enter in at 21,444. Where would your stop loss be after all that stuff happens? I am not using a VPN. But I appreciate it. We're halfway there. We got your entry point. Sounds good. What about your stop? So it sweeps, it comes back up, it fills you, then where do you put your stop at? Salish. If you get emotional, you should take a 10-minute break and breathe. Yeah, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. I don't know. Everybody's a little bit different in that regard. It looks like Jose is on team 10-minute break. Take whatever break you need, you know? Got to stop there at the red line. Or I got an entry point at the red line. All right, it's putzing around a little bit too much. Never mind. Salish! Where did Salish go? Please don't tell me you're going to I don't use stops. Please don't tell me that's your answer. Please. No. Right. Now I'm asking Salish your stop loss. I get it. You want to enter in at 21, 144. Fantastic. Where would your stop loss be? So it sweeps, it fills you. Then where do you put your stop? That's what I'm asking right now. But yes, I do see that you did give the entry, so thank you very much for that. But where would your stop be after you get that fill? That's Mike. That's where we seem to be headed, but I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not. Good to see you, Mike. Oh. Congratulations for the win in advance. Well, Babu, who knows? Maybe this is the beginning of... Oh, and then he just deleted it. Why would you delete that? That was fine. What would make you delete that message? There's nothing wrong with that. Five minutes looking kind of interesting. Does this want to roll over? Getting an interesting candle right there at the VWAP. No, it's another bot attack. That same person seems, I guess, they'll be upset. I mean, I don't know if it's more work for me. I just takes all of, I don't know, a couple minutes to report it to YouTube, and then I move on with my day. You're just now discovering that, Babu? Where have you been for the past 45 minutes, Babu? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Jose, that's the thing is I don't know exactly how this is hurting. Because like I said, afterwards I'll just report to YouTube. They ask me, okay, what was the link of the stream? I tell them, they're like, all right, we'll we'll go through it. We'll clean up the statistics, and yeah, basically, thanks for letting us know. So I don't know if this person's goal is for them to try to get YouTube to think that I am like causing this to happen, and then like I'm gonna get my channel banned or something. I'm not quite sure what the angle is. Oh, okay. Your stop loss is at 21,444. Okay. Your entry is at 21,183. All right. Thank you, Salish. Nothing but respect. And even if you're wrong, well, if you're wrong, then I will, encourage you to be a little bit more intellectually credible with your statements. Because when you say this is going to sweep London lows and go higher, it's like, well, no, that's like a guaranteed statement. Like, this is going to happen. You definitely don't know that. But I do still give you credit. I appreciate you giving the numbers before the price gets down to any of those areas. So even if you're wrong, hey, that's part of it. No shame there. But I probably, for full disclosure, I will probably poke and be like, see, that's probably why you don't want to make statements like this is going to happen. Because, well, you don't know that. So in the spirit of intellectual humility, words such as you think, you believe, you're thinking, you're hoping, a little bit better than saying this is going to happen. Intellectual humility can go a long way. Ooh, it's coming back down here. Allegedly, yeah, I don't know if I ever heard anybody say that, but I'd agree with the general idea that, yeah, you're trying to be, intellectually humble about something. I'm interested in potentially going long down around this area, but I want to see how it behaves in this area right here. Got to see how it behaves, brother. But yeah, so they are waiting for 21,183. Yeah, they're wanting it. They're wanting it way down here. So they are thinking that this thing is gonna get moving. We'll see. IHLL trend is down. I don't know what that is. Camo Tep. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, lower high, lower low. Probably should have been able to figure that out. Is the only way to put a stop loss in on Tradeovate to use brackets? No, I could do a stop loss. I could say I want to buy here, and then right there, stop, boom, just like that. So there is my buy, there is my sell. So, no, Donnie, you don't have to. You don't have to use a bracket. All right, if this thing wants to come up, I'm buying at the green line. In. Ooh, try to get up for a little bit. There we go. There's a little bit of the scalpy scalp. It does seem that way. Yep. So like I was saying earlier, usually right around the 150 mark. Maybe they'll come back though. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Maybe another long here if it wants to come back down. You did a good job. Thank you. Thank you, sir. It's always fake outs. See, that's the thing, Stelish. I'm trying to help you out. In the spirit of intellectual humility, using words like always is a very strong word. Always. It fakes to the upside, sweeps, then does the real move. Okay, but not always. Not always, Stelish. Not always. Because if it was always, you'd be at 100% win rate, and you would be like richer than Elon Musk. Exactly, Red Ryan. Always and never are very not intellectually, humble words. I'm not perfect at it, but I do try my best to be as intellectually humble as possible, especially in trading. So I definitely avoid words of always, never, for sure, this will happen, this is going to happen. Do you prefer to scale out of your trades? Depending on the strategy, depending on the circumstances. Like that one, I was not interested in scaling out because that was, in my mind, kind of a higher risk trade because I didn't wait for a whole lot of confirmation. But I guess I prefer? Yeah, I prefer it. If I could get a situation where I can slowly scale out, that is certainly my preference. Bear market vibes. Type ABC into the chat now, please. I think you may be a bot. ABC. What's your win rate? I have no idea. Win rate is irrelevant. You could have a 90% win rate, but if that 90% win rate comes from holding and hoping, buying dips, holding and hoping, well, all it takes is one to not curl back upwards and to keep on dipping and see you later. See you later, 90% win rate. Bear market vibes, ABC, type it, or you're getting banned because I'm pretty sure you're just a bot. Would avoid shorting. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if we might have to agree to disagree on that one, brother. Because I was just thinking, I got out my chef's hat and I was thinking, you know what? Is that a short right there through that trend line? That's looking kind of tasty. 80 grits. No, I was not referring to you, 80 grits, but thank you for confirming that you're not a bot. So that right there, that's looking kind of spicy. All right, yep, he's gone. Bear market vibes, clearly a bot. A more sophisticated one. How do I put that? Where's hide user? There we go. $80 grits. Why? Why are you day trading SPY options? Are you aware of how inefficient day trading options are? Yep, confirmed as a bot. Clay, if I have a $500 loss, can I have a 2,000 win for the net? Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's just your end day result. It's got to be 1,500. So yes, to answer your question, you could. That would work. To play, I was going to say to play a rejection or not play. I was going to wait for confirmation, but nope, that thing just shot right up. I'm still waiting for the price to get to 21,410. Yeah, well, you might be waiting a while. We'll see what happens. But yeah, you might be waiting just a little bit of time. We'll see. Yeah, I'm watching paint dry. Well, that's a lot of what trading is just sitting and watching. I know the temptation is, I got to be making trades every 3 seconds, but a lot of times you just got to sit back and let something develop, see if you get an edge, see if you get confirmation. I am curious if the price comes up here, how is it going to behave around VWAP? If it starts to give me some weakness, some signals of weakness, I would be interested in a short up around there. But step one, obviously, is first the price has got to get up to that area, and then we got to see how does it behave. I keep forgetting. Yes, everybody here, please remind me when Trump speaks. There's no way I'm going to remember that he speaks at 1:30. Looking to buy at 21,400. And Babu, where would your stop be? And a ball. So I almost wonder if the people that are typing ABC when I wasn't asking that person to type ABC, are they bots too? Like, is it like some sort of bot that's like, let me cover my bases? But I don't know. Maybe maybe I have too much of a tinfoil hat on. But Annabelle, assuming I'm not speaking to a bot right now, I was asking somebody specifically to type ABC because I suspected they were a bot, and they were indeed a bot. But thank you. I appreciate your willingness to be like, hey, I'm not a bot. Yeah, they are getting more advanced, Richard. There was one, I don't know, I think it was like the first month of live stream. And I was having a conversation with this thing, but it just kept talking. It kept saying things that were like just not relevant. So I was engaging. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to ask questions. And it just kept giving me messages. I was like, wait a second. Could this be a bot? So that's where I kind of learned the ABC. So I was like, hey, I don't even remember what the name was, but hey, can you type ABC? And it literally just kept saying a bunch of, I'm like, okay. But it was like stuff that it wasn't crazy. Like sometimes they'll show up and, type, something where it's blatantly obvious. But like that one, so I've since learned the ABC trick. I'm sure a lot of people use it, but I'm a little behind sometimes on what the tricks and stuff are. Did you just say Trump is speaking today? I didn't say it, but people in the chat have been saying it. Franco up above. But Babu, you never gave me your stop. You want to buy at 21,400? Fantastic. Where would your stop be? Eden, you don't have to say the same thing over and over. I saw it. Yeah, maybe possible double bottom. But brother, you don't have to copy and paste the same thing over and over. Sometimes I miss comments or sometimes I just skip over them because it's just like, okay, noted. But I see it. Well, most times I see it. I shouldn't say that all times I see messages. Sometimes I get lost in the shuffle a little bit. All right, maybe a short. Let's see how it wants to behave up around this area. Even on the 5-minute, lots of congestion around this area. Yeah, 1:30 p.m. I assume that is Eastern. Can we get confirmation that he speaks at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time? Do you ever watch NQ and ES? I do, yeah. Over here, I have on this monitor over here, I have an ES chart. Yep. NY time. Okay, so Eastern time. Gotcha. Wait, so now Trump and Musk are having a conference in 19 minutes? So there's 2 press conferences then. So 80 Grits is talking about something else. Why do I have this pen? Why do I have this pen? What am I doing? How did this pen end up in my hand? Which ones are bots? The ones where I say, hey, type ABC, and then they keep just saying things that are totally irrelevant. According to ChatGPT, he does speak at 10. Well, that can't be 10:30. Well, I guess it could be 10:30 Eastern, but that would be like PM because we were past 10:30 a.m. So ChatGPT, I think, is maybe a little confused. The alligator indicator is saying to stay put. Nothing is moving. Oh, yeah, well, my bald-faced donkey indicator says phooey on your alligator indicator. Don't go against the bald-faced donkey. Don't bet. Don't even think about going against the bald-faced donkey. That would be a poor decision. Bill Williams alligator. Oh, yeah? Well, I got Bob Jones bald-faced monkey. Wait, did I just say monkey? I meant donkey. Donkey. It's the bald-faced donkey. The bald-faced monkey was proven to be a scam indicator. It's 1:30 Eastern. No, it's fine, Nestor. I appreciate you looking into it. Appreciate that. All right, I'm still watching this trend line. This trend line is whispering to me. Because from a bigger point of view, I mean, we basically have, so if we use the VWAP as a top part of the pattern, we have this down here. We have a semblance of a bear pennant pattern. So yeah, this lower trend line, it's whispering. But one of the big challenges with trading is, should you listen to the whisper? Is it a valid whisper? Sometimes for me, the whisper is actually just revenge trading. Or sometimes the whisper is just like FOMO. So hopefully I'm not the only person that experiences whispers in my ear. But yes, with whispers, you got to consider, is this a good whisper I should be looking or listening to? I always tell people, I'm like, listen, you have voices that live in your head. One of the very few things that I've discovered that bring out the voices are trading. Not demo trading, but if you have skin in the game, you will quickly realize that there are voices in your mind that up until that point in your life, you did not know existed. Because I always tell people, hey, don't let the voices get to you. And I understand from like a non-trader's point of view, like or at least I as a trader sound crazy because I'm literally talking about the voices in my head and all this stuff. And they're like, But I just say, listen, I understand. I totally get it. If I put myself in your shoes, I 100% get how I sound crazy. But all I ask, please, is don't judge me unless you've ever traded with real skin in the game. Because if you have, you will also discover that you have voices in your mind. All right, we're coming down. Well, I don't want to take it on this. That seems like I'm chasing the short now. Come on, consolidate out a little bit. I can't take that short. If I get left in the dust, so be it. But that seems like a chase right now. Greed corrupts us. I mean, that's one of it. Yeah, greed is one of the things too. But yeah, it's not always greed. Make sure the human brain is always watching the monkey brain. Oh, you dirty rat. Like I said, I just cannot take that. Seems like it was chasing. But as right now, hindsight is saying, no, you could have chased that. You'd have been just, oh yeah, it would have been, we're going on almost 20 points on that break now. Not quite. Right here, the crosshair would be 20 points. So if it hits that, that's a 20-point move. Well, congratulations to anybody that took I was here talking about it. Unfortunately for me, it didn't quite approach it the way I wanted to see the price approach it. Maybe a back test here, though. We'll see if I can get some sort of back test. And there's 20 points and still going. Again, the 20 points just based off right here. If people took this thing like short a pair, then they're getting more. All right, I got to go into geek mode. Put on my blue light glasses. I'm starting to feel a little bit of a headache. I'm getting old. These 4K monitors, they get to me. So make fun of me all you want, but I know it's just based out of pure jealousy that I look so good. What was the person's name? Somebody. What was her name? I feel bad now. Salish. I think it's getting close. Okay, I'm just gonna copy because I want to keep track of this. Okay, there we go. So 21,183 entry. Oh, wait, they're in. They're in. Okay, and their stop loss is at 21.44. So Salish stop loss is down here. All right. Okay. We'll make that white because that's kind of like the wave the white flag point, the stop loss. All right, they're in. I don't know if Salish gave us a target or not. But they are in and currently underwater. As this was their entry point at 83. All right. We're rooting for you, Salish. Let's see this thing bounce. I would assume their target is at least, given the size of this stop, their first target must be at least up around the 340 mark, would be my guess. I don't know that. I don't think they ever gave us. If you're still here, Salish, let us know what your target is. What would that be? 67. Yeah, I'll reduce size. Where price is at now is actually a good buy area. He said 21.14. Oh, wait. Entry was 21,183. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Who said that? Thank you, Eden. Oh, we're not even anywhere close. Okay, never mind. False alarm. Apologize. Thank you, Eden. Apparently, I can't read numbers. All right, false alarm. It's the glasses. It was the glasses' fault. Yeah. It wasn't my fault because I never make mistakes. It was the glasses' fault. Still looking. As I mentioned earlier, this was that point was, or I'm sorry, that point up there was the key as it kind of put us in this no man's land. Oh, and we're dropping now. No, you're not about to enter. You still got to get all the way down there, if I remember right. Yeah, you're at 183. So there we go. I guess that depends on your definition of about, but I'd say you're not about to buy when your entry point's all the way down there. Yeah, I know, Salish. I was mistaken. I was mistaken. I'm in NDX 100 on Meta 5. Gotcha. All right. Well, maybe because so Meta 5, can Americans even use that? Is that even available in the USA? From my understanding, that's like an international platform. Is that true, or am I just making that up? Or could USA people use that Meta 5? But apparently Salisha's already in, but in something else. Meta 5 is a platform you can link to multiple well, yeah, I know it's a platform. What I'm asking is it even available to USA citizens? That's what I'm curious about. Hey Clay, greetings from Andorra. Well, thank you. I'll be the first to admit I do not know where Andorra is. Well, that's cool. Oh, it's in Europe? Is this a new country, or am I just a total moron? Be honest, who here has also never heard of Andorra? Oh, that's... Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Just show me a map. I guess I could just go to Google Maps, huh? Don't worry, we're not... Okay. Andorra is right there. What in the... This has got to be a new country. So it's not a country? So we have conflicting information. I don't know. Never heard of it though. I don't know. Now I don't know what to believe. Mahdi. I don't know. I use Take Profit Trader, Mahdi. And yes, scalping is allowed in Take Profit Trader. I don't know about Apex though. So is it a country or isn't it a country? That's what I want to know. Okay, now Jose is saying yes, they are a sovereign. Okay, I have never heard of them before. Is a sovereign landlocked country of the Liberated Peninsula in the eastern. Well, I learned something today. I'm glad though that a couple of you were with me. Like, no, I never heard of them before. Well, that's cool, Raul. Good to have you from. What is it? Andorra. Andorra. Well, no, the conference starts in what, 2 minutes? Looking like the market's maybe anticipating something crazy being said. I don't know. That's just my speculation. I'm from Portugal and always thought they were part of Spain. Drove there from Lisbon once to buy two. Huh. Interesting. Whoa! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Salish. What was your stop loss at? 2044? Okay, you survived that. Okay, Salish, we're rooting for you. Where is your price target, by the way? There's about to be a press conference starting. Are we not allowed to trade during the... What makes you think that? What makes you say that? Uh-oh, you're getting close, getting stopped out. No bounce. Don't do it. Not like this. Okay, they're still in. It basically went right off their stop loss. No, not like this. Not like this. No, not like this. Not like this. You're out. Well, good try. Good try. Salish. See, that's why we like to hold people accountable here. You made the claim. You said something was gonna happen, and I will nothing but respect. I appreciate you giving more detail as opposed to the broad statement. But yeah, it happens. That's why, again, I realize English is probably not your first language, given you're from Uruguay. But in English, when you use words like always, that's a tough word, you know? So I'd encourage you to not say something that is always going to happen or something is going to happen, because that implies like a guarantee. But hey, still, I respect you for mapping things out ahead of time. But yeah, that one didn't work out. So whatever that cool sounding stuff was about liquidity sweeping and all that sort of stuff, well, unfortunately, there's no 100%. Yeah. Oh yeah. Must. Yes. Another good word. Yep. So is Trump now officially speaking? Yikes. I guess just go short at this point. Yeah. Yeah, come on in.
I forgot my water.
You forgot your water?
Yeah.
Is it in here?
It's getting away.
No. I don't see it anywhere. I think you brought it out. I don't think you brought it in here. Is it that purple and pink one? Yeah, go ahead, turn it on real quick. She said she left your water in here, but it's not in here. No, it's not in here. All right, turn off the light, please. Thank you. The quest for the lost water bottle continues because it's not in here. Salish, please tell me you honored the stop loss. Please. Please tell me you honored the stop loss. Your stop loss was right here. Please. Please tell me you honored it. If you didn't honor it, please tell me you're in a prop firm account at least. That descending triangle played out. Hey, remember, true story. Remember when I drew that trend line and said, hey, I kind of like it as a short, and then it came down, and I was like, no, shorting right there, that seems like chasing. Remember that? Remember that guy? Yeah, you didn't. It worked out nice. Michael, hello. Thanks for the entertainment. Done for the day at 5 times 5 to pro. Nice job, brother free. Good job. Very well done. Well, notice, I mean, are they even speaking yet? Is Trump even talking yet? I just want to, in this situation, it was looking like sell the rumor. Well, yeah, yeah, 12:30, yes, but it's past. So is he talking or is he late? Because think about it, he's not even there yet. There is no speech yet. The market still all did all this already, which is kind of crazy. Where is our 2144 entry? They're gone right now. I don't know why. There's nothing to be shameful of. I mean, they had a losing trade. Welcome to the club. The only rough part was when they show up making those bold proclamations like this is gonna happen, and then when you see the exact opposite happen, it's like that's kind of. But also, to be fair to them, they said they were from Uruguay, so maybe their English wasn't translating perfectly. Or maybe their Spanish was not translating perfectly. I know. Clearly the guy wears glasses. What's Trump speaking about today? How he's best friends with Omar Allen. That's what the topic of the speech is. I love Omar Allen. That was at the top of the memo. But yes, I do hope Salish was using a stop loss. Well, he was. He said he had a stop loss. I just hope he honored it. And if he did not honor it, hopefully it was just a prop account that got roasted and not his funds. Hey, 8 Mile, good to see you. Hope you're having a great trading day. Yeah, it's not so bad. That does remind me. I still got to go through the lesson. I'll go through the friendly reminder that I got, and that yeah, this is too good of action right now to go through all that. We're gonna keep watching this, but yeah, I'll try my best to remember to go through. Made it home from Harrisburg. All right, Kyle. Congratulations on your successful pilgrimage back home. So do we even know, is Trump even talking yet? Has he probably not, because he's always late to like these news conferences. So I'm assuming no. I understand it was scheduled for 12:30, but I'm assuming he has not even started talking yet. DJT. Are we talking about Trump or are we talking about his stock? Is DJT having a crazy mover today? Let's see. DJT. Oh, yeah. This isn't having quite the mover, too. Oh, I thought he was doing something with Elon Musk at 12:30. I'm so confused. 12:30 was a random news event about tariffs. Well, what was the news? I mean, I'm sorry, but like, if you are not trading through a prop firm in this sort of environment where nobody knows what's going on and there's constantly tweets and news releases and press release, I don't know what you're doing. You're taking on a lot of unnecessary risk. I could not imagine, especially in anything, but especially in futures, where futures move and move very quickly. I could not imagine sitting here with using my own money in this sort of environment. I saw 1:30 and the news is not covering anything yet. All right, thank you, Off-Road. Had a great learning lesson yesterday, but I couldn't stay the last 20 minutes, but that class is... Oh, thanks, Michael. So you know to search out those grandmas, huh? Like, if there is ever an environment that just kind of sales pitches itself for prop firms, like, this is the environment. In my opinion, you are a crazy person in this sort of environment to not be trading with a prop firm. Yeah, I better go with that. I'm going to go 2 if it wants to come back down. Oh, yeah, that's like a 16-point stop anyways. So if it wants to come back down, I will get short at that red line. Only 2 because this is very volatile action. If it pushes up through that green line, then I won't be interested anymore because that'll change my risk profile too much. Again, I want to get short at the red line. I'm in. That green line right there is my first target area. Now, yes, I could have had a very quick micro scalp, but, I'm trying to get a little bit more out of this, see if this thing does want to roll back over. If it doesn't, that's all right. And not looking so hot right now. Oops, staying in, not looking so good. And I am in by the skin of my teeth still. Wow. Well, still has work to do, but can I really escape? When I started, I burned 60K, then funding started, and like 60K of your own money, Omar? Is that what you're saying? Again, this green line up here is my stop. That is my initial price target. So I know I've been in the green a couple times, but like I said, I want to see if this thing wants to roll back over. But if this is some sort of V-shape, well, then I want no part of it from the short side. I'll just stop out and live to fight another day. I'm new in the chat. Well, great to have you, Tragic Caesar. Blue line is my entry. So as the candle comes below the blue line, that means I am in the green, but I'm not looking to take any profit at all until my initial level right here at that green line. Like I said, basic premise. We have a lot of downwards pressure. It has bounced back up. Is this some sort of dead cat bounce that wants to come back down? If so, fantastic. If not, I'll take my controlled loss and live to fight another day. All right, getting close to that first price target. Come on down a little bit more, brother. How did it not film me? Huh? There we go. Okay. So I'll move my stop now into green territory. So this will be a winning trade no matter what. And I'll just move down with the trade. So the only unknown I have right now is not if I'm going to make money, but how much money am I going to make? Because I don't know how far down this thing's going to come down. There we go. Let's move my stop loss down some more. Move it down some more. So I'm just going to follow this thing down and out right there. So nice little trade. What does scalp mean? Scalp just means a super fast trade. But there is no universal scalp. Yeah, you could ask 10 different traders and probably get 10 different definitions of what a scalp is. A scalp for me is you're looking to be, in a trade a very small amount of time. Anybody else trade that? JP Diamond mentioned stock piling bullets. I'm not sure what that means exactly. I could see another short. If it comes back into this range, you could use that pivot point as a stop. So you could have something like, I don't know. This is pure entertainment. I don't know what I'm doing. But like if let's just say you use that as your entry point right there. And then let's say your stop loss was like up above that high. So, if that represents your risk, and then if you can get the thing to, come back down, and I'm not even to these lows, but let's just say even like right here. So it doesn't even need to break lows. So if that's your reward box, then yeah, hopefully you see how the yellow box is bigger than the green. So you could have a nice little risk reward thing. Again, I'm not saying that's what I'm going to do. I'm not saying that's what you should do because I'm a moron. I don't know what I'm doing, but that's just a thoughts from a moron. Maybe we'll have to have a segment like that every live stream. Thoughts from a moron. Michael, I'm trying to tell you, if you just say it, you'll realize how fun that word is to say. Give me a little scalpy scalp. It's a fun word. You'll be wanting a scalp just so you can say it. Afternoon Clay, when you going to get a shirt? I was thinking about that. Like, we could probably start to get some shirts. What are the things that I say all the time? I think I say, let hindsight be your judge. So on the front of the shirt, it could say, let, ... And then on the back, just hindsight be our judge. Scalpy scalp is one. I gotta. And then on the back, scalpy scalp. What are some other things that I say quite a bit? Does take profit stop your trading for the day if you hit end of day during the... I'm not quite sure what you mean. Take profit trader during the test phase, they do have a 50% consistency rule. So during the test phase, let's just say if your goal to pass is making 3,000, they won't stop you, but you'll want to stop. If you're at 1,500 for the day, then you'll want to stop. I'm not quite sure if that's what you're asking or not, but that is a consistency rule, 50%. During the test phase. Now, I should note, wait a second, so you can't make as much as you want? That's only during the test phase. Once you go from the test into the pro account, then yeah, you can make as much as you want every single day. But during the test phase, they don't want people just YOLOing and getting lucky on like a single trade. So that's why they throw that rule in there, because they do actually want to see, can you trade? Can you manage risk? But again, I'm not quite sure if that's what you were asking about per se or not. Off-road, but... Shirt idea, you're out of here. I don't say that much. A real scalp is a bold head. Have your own merchandising line on their stream. I've done t-shirts before through the website. The last batch we did was for the kids. They'd help me ship them and everything, and then I was paying them like, depending on their age, like $1 a shirt, 50 cents a shirt. But it's kind of a hassle, to be honest. If you do it yourself, you got boxes of t-shirts, and you got, it's kind of a hassle. I know I could outsource it, but if I did do it, I'd want to do it with my kids again to kind of teach them some entrepreneurship. And like it helped him with the math. Okay, this is what we spent for the t-shirt. In fact, maybe I still have that math. So you can see the behind the scenes of a I don't know if I do. Yeah, the t-shirt business, there's a reason why it's definitely like a quantity business. Oh yeah, I don't have it anymore. At least not on this spreadsheet. Yeah, I don't have that. Never mind. Scalp using it. Yeah, I'm telling you, if you take a scalp and then you just say, I got my scalp, you'll be always wanting a scalp just so you can say that. I'm telling you, it's a fun word to say, especially if you say it the right way. You can't say, I got myself a scalp. No, it doesn't work like that. You got to say it the right way. But off-road, did that answer your question? I don't know if that was what you're asking or not. My favorite hindsight billionaire. Oh, that'd be a good t-shirt. Hindsight billionaire on it. I mean, do we get another flush here? Basically another little pennant pattern. I don't know, I got plenty of whoop. This is high. What would my stop be if I'm in right there? 13. Yeah, I mean it's not. I could give back a section of that. Up. I waited too long. Don't forget the shirt, Pam's Plant. Oh yeah, Pam's Plant. It's kind of like a must-have. Do we double bottom? Do we double bottom here? Well, that would have been a winning trade because I would have been just looking for a scalp and I would have gotten it. But as you all witnessed, I kind of just, in trying to figure out what the stop would have been, I talked myself out of it. I see Take Rep Trader has an end of day trail down if you lose that much during the. Oh, okay. What you're asking? No, yeah, game over. So if you're doing the 50K, and I mean you have 2K to work with. So if on day one, and this isn't closed, like if on day one you're holding and hoping, please bounce, and the unrealized hits 2001, it's game over. You have lost the account. Now again, you don't lose $2,000, you just lose the account, which means you lost the cost of the account. So you'd lose 119. But yeah, and that, like I said, that does not need to be realized. That's unrealized, which is a good thing, which makes my argument, because one of the nice things about prop firms is this, the rules. And I'm telling you right now, a rule that will not allow you to hold and hope, that is a good thing. Because anybody that with enough experience will tell you, over the long haul, holding and hoping is not a good habit to have. You just got to cut the loser short. So yes, with the prop firms, if you hold and hope, if your unrealized loss hits whatever the drawdown is, it's game over. So also the way it works is it's not every day you have 2,000. So if you lose, let's just say day one you lose 500, the next day the number that you would have to lose is 1,500. So that, it's not like every single day if you lose money. Well, I don't lose 2,000, so it goes back up to 2,000. No, that's not how. If you lose 500, then the next day all you would have available now to lose would be 1,500. So hopefully that makes sense. But yes. I know some people like to complain, like, yeah, but with prop firms, you can't, basically, they say it, and maybe not necessarily these terms, but what they're saying is, I don't like, because they won't let me hold and hope. It's like, well, yeah, that's the whole point. That's why, that's an argument for prop firms. The rules are designed to get you to start to implement good behaviors. Don't be greedy. Don't hold and hope. Put your ego aside. Cut the loss. All that sort of stuff. Yes, and then, thank you. Yes, you can reset. So with Take Profit Trader, if you do fail, you can quote unquote reset, which means you can try again. You can get the account back for $100. So that brings up an interesting point of if you just go into the assumption, which is a safe assumption, because everybody blows prop firm accounts. That's just part of it. But if you're going to blow the account and you know that to get the account back is only $100 across the board, what do you want that $100 to get you? So if you start here, that $100 will get you 50K. But here, if you're resetting, that $100 could get you 150K. So I'm not saying that's the way to look at it, but it's a consideration. Under the assumption that you know you're going to blow that first test account, how much buying power do you want that second $100 to get you? So now again, to be fair, if you do go with the 150K, you will, that's 252 up front. But if you blow that account and then want to try again, once again, it is no longer that price. It would just be $100. So the second, the reset fee of $100, you want that reset fee to get you 25K when the same $100 could actually get you 150K. To reiterate, I'm not saying that is the way to think about it. All I'm saying is that somebody did throw that out, and I was like, oh, that's an interesting way to look at it. If you lose your account, how do you start over? It's called a reset. You'll go in, you'll reset. They'll let you do that for $100, and then you have a brand new fresh account, and you have all these. You're back to it's a whole new account. Honestly, I find it better to scalp because if you hold and hope, it's game over. They say let the winner run. In my experience, well, I mean, I was letting the winner run here. Like, remember this last trade I had right here? I took one out and then I was just dragging my stop loss down, Michael. So that was letting the winner run. So I think that's a viable way to go about it. Again, I'm not saying that's how you have to do it. We all got to find our own little kind of groove, what we feel most comfortable with. But and to be fair to you, Michael, you did say in my experience. So yes, if in your experience letting the winner run doesn't work, then yeah, sounds like scalping should be more of the arena you're in. Holding hopes destroys accounts. It does. It can produce high win rates. I'll admit that it can produce high win rates. But the problem is, if your strategy is hold and hope, you could be at a 95% win rate, but you could still ultimately not be profitable. Because all it takes is for one or two where it doesn't work out, and see you later, a whole bunch of gains. Well, I was hoping Salish would come back. Salish, no shame, you had a losing trade. Disappointing. I try to build up the confidence around here where if you tell us your trade and everything beforehand and it doesn't work out, not a soul may make fun of you, but I will ban them because that takes courage to step out there and throw a trade plan. So anybody that does that, and even if they have a losing trade, if you're going to make fun of that person when you're sitting there armchair quarterback and stuff or, being some sort of broad statement trader, ain't going to fly. You're banned. But yeah, nothing but respect. If you throw out orders beforehand, if you tell us your entry point and your stop loss before the price gets to those levels and then it doesn't work out, that's okay. What size plane do you recommend to a beginner? I have no idea. I don't know. You could ask 10 different prop firm traders and probably get 10 different. I would say this 50K, from my experience, is the most popular. That's not to say that it's the right way, but this does seem to be the most popular. But the thing that I think a lot of people consider is how much wiggle room are they going to give me? So with the 50K purchasing power, you could lose 2,000. On the other extreme, well, I guess we're not going to. So on the 25K purchasing power, you would be allowed to lose up to 1,500 before you failed, before they would take the account away from you. Excuse me. On the other end of the extreme, with the 150K, you would be able to lose up to 4,500 before they would take it away from you. So, but yeah, unfortunately, I wish there was like some sort of black and white, but yeah, there's not. It's just kind of, what do you think is most important to you? I took the biggest account and traded it like a 50K. Yeah, so with maximum amount of discipline, Omar, I can see that making sense. Yep. And if you do what Omar's saying is you take the biggest account, but then you treat it like a small account, what Omar is saying is, okay, yes, you're going with the big account, the 150K, so you are able to actually lose 4,500. But what Omar is saying, but treat it like this. Treat it like you're only allowed to lose 2,000. That way, if you do kind of go on tilt one day and you end up losing 2,000, you actually still haven't lost the account because you're actually doing this one and you still got some time left to recover. So that's, again, I'm not saying Omar's solution is the solution. I'm just saying there are many ways that you can go about it. But yes, I mean, I think that's an interesting thing too. Just get the big one so you get the bigger drawdown, but then treat it like you're under these rules. Like you're actually only able to, you're only allowed to lose the 2,000. What happened to the MNQ? Why did it go wacko? Man, because it's the futures, dog. That's what futures do, man. But some of you people think that I'm like lying when I say, hey, Pam's plant, day trade futures, because these things can move. And then when these things start moving, everybody's like, wait, what? What just happened? It's futures, man. In all seriousness, I don't know. I don't know what happened here. I'm just giving you a hard time. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I thought there was a press release, but I don't know. Somebody said there was some sort of news, but I don't know what the news was. Now, I can tell you, I can give you the guaranteed reason of why that happened, but that's not actually what you're asking for. The guaranteed reason of why that happened is that there were more sellers than there were buyers. But I do understand what you're actually asking is, yes, Clay, but why were there more sellers than buyers? And I don't know. Nobody knows that. Okay, are we going to get a back test here? Oh, dirty. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Is there something at 1 o'clock? It just started moving smooth. Let me check the news. Oh, yeah, there is. Oh, wait, what? Oh, come on. There was something at noon, the Baker Hughes oil rig count. Who was here when oil was going crazy? I'm old and crusty enough to remember when, like, you'd have to pay attention to those oil rig account reports. Because when oil was going bonkers, when was that? Not COVID. COVID, like, they dropped down to zero. But there was another time where, like, I think the first time that oil ever went up over $100 a barrel, I think. But this is, like, years ago. But I remember, as a trader, at one point, you would have to pay attention to those oil rig reports. Because those things really mattered. Because oil was really in the headlines, and it mattered a whole lot. Does anybody remember that? Who here is old and crusty like me where they remember where the oil rig reports and any news release to do at all with oil was like something that you better pay attention to? I took the 25K account option so that I would be forced to trade smaller to build my skill set. Oh, makes sense, Daniel. Thank you for sharing. If only a short position was at the top. Huh? Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. What website do I use to check news? I don't. We have a member in the community, in my private community, that posts the news. So what I was just looking at, I was just looking in our chat room. Is Elon's last day at the government, so Trump is hosting an event right now and talking? Well, yeah, he's talking. You never know what the guy's going to say. And I realize I state the obvious when I say that. Hey, Clay, when you started the trade, you had already gains when you made them. Hey, Clay, when you started the trade, you already... I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ben. Started the live. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I trade the open. But I don't live stream it because at that point, I have a private community. So I believe my loyalty does ultimately reside with paying members. And given that the morning is like when things can be really juicy, I want to have my full attention on making alerts for them. So like, here's what happened this morning. And I just show this, not to brag, but just to give, how does your private community work? Well, check this out. This was, okay. So this morning, I said, hey, this trend line right here is what I'm watching. So I mapped out the trend line. Then we come down a little bit more, and I point out, hey, look, right here. The trend line is broken. Will it bleed? Now, again, I throw the question mark because you can't say it's going to bleed because that implies a guarantee. So again, I'm trying to be intellectually humble here. You can't say it will, you can't say for sure, but hey, it has broken right here. That's what I was pointing out, that red line, the price is now down below it. Will it bleed? So how did the rest of that trade play out? Well, you can see that that's when I asked, will it bleed? Well, it was a small little green candle at that point. Oh yeah, it bled. It bled a whole, almost over 100 points. So that's just like one little example of what I'm doing before I start live streaming. So yes, what was your question? Hey, Clay, when you started, when you made it. That's when I made it, during that morning session time. Watch this. This is going to irritate some people because I'm turning this into a sales pitch now. So if you'd like to join and get those sorts of alerts and be part of all that, check out this link. private community. Right here. You can check out that link right there. I know. Some of you that really rubs it the wrong way. It should all be free, Clay. You scumbag. Why aren't you giving away everything for free? I know. I'm sorry. The oil price plummeted from around... Thinker, are you just giving me Chat GPT stuff? But yes, that does sound right. During the financial crisis, that sounds about right. Or somewhere right around there. All I remember is there was one point where, like, oil rig reports, people actually cared about them. And I'm kind of curious about a potential short here at the 21 EMA, but I want to see it show me some weakness first. JP Morgan, what's Jamie Dine saying? We shouldn't be stockpiling Bitcoin. We should be stockpiling bullets. Good. Drive those bullet prices up. That's been my best investment. Use Forex Factory for news. It's loaded and got a time news. Yeah, I know a lot of people do use Forex Factory. If we bought your membership way back when, are we part of the private community or is that... Well, I don't know. If you bought the entire package, Shane, then yeah, you still have... I may need to create you a whole new account. So if you're not able to log in, like if you haven't logged in for the past like 2 or 3 years, then I'll probably need to create you a new account. But yeah, depending on what you bought, if you did buy the mentorship, that is a lifetime membership. So if you bought the, like I said, if you bought the membership or the lifetime mentorship, that is a lifetime membership. So I'm interested right here. I want to see it come up through the green line and then come back down. Nuke weapons are active in Russia. Huh? What does that mean? If that meant something as rough as what I thought it would, you would think that the markets were straight down. What does that mean? Why you stopped using the term "I'm not a greedy savage"? Oh, I don't know. That's a good one. I should start to use it again. Thank you, Ben. That's it. I'm not a greedy savage. That's true. I might have to bring that back. Thinker was right in oil then. All right. Okay, here we go. Come on. Okay, there we go. Come on down. I'll have a... yeah, I can still risk that. Nope, too high up. Now my risk profile is getting too big. Never mind. The higher up that candle goes, the higher up my stop loss needs to be, and the higher up my stop loss needs to be, the bigger my risk tolerance, or my risk profile, and the bigger my risk profile is, the more money I have at risk of losing. So it does reach to a point where you're like, no, I'm just not willing to lose that amount of money. So that is why that one, I had to not do that one because my risk profile just changed too much. What platform are you using right now? Para Ha X, are you still here? Because I really don't feel like going through that if you're not here anymore. Because that's not a super complicated one, but oh boy. We are right at the pivot point here on the 5-minute. Is this a double top? I could do that with a stop, right? What is this? 70 up to 8, 10 points? I'll do 10 points. I'll do 10 points on 3. What did I say that was? 70. Yeah, there. There we go. Okay, little under 10. I'll take it. So am I trying to get short at the red line there? Okay, I'm in. See if it wants to come down some. Took one off. So I'll change this up to 2 now. Okay, let's move that down into green territory. So this will be a green trade now. I don't know how big because I don't know how far down this thing wants to come. But I'm going to keep moving it down as it goes. Keep collapsing. All right, stopped out there. Another winner. There we go. Now, I don't know if that was like a cool sounding term. I don't know if that was like a fair value gap or a liquidity streak or market structure or alligator donkeys. I don't know what that was called, but in my world, in my simpleton mind, I was just trying to play a double top. I noticed that right here, the price had previously found some resistance at that pivot point. So I went short right there and I had a little tight stop above there. So like I said, I don't know what the cool sounding term for that is, but that's what I did, okay? So when people ask me, what is your strategy? I don't know. Whatever that sort of stuff is. Whatever you would call that, that's what I did. But I will be the first to admit that I do not have some sort of like cool sounding term, like liquidity sweeps. Remember that Trump speaks at 1:30. Thank you, Rob. Donkey sweep. Kelvin, yeah. Yes, this is futures. Well, I was a green trade. I was giving it a chance to come back down, but it came back up. So a modest trade, but I'll take it, brother. Okay, so that one guy is still not here, I guess. Yeah, turtle. What? Oh, yeah, some of this stuff. It's like, okay. When people start to ask me what my strategy is, I'm literally just going to say, I use the bald-faced donkey. That's what I'm telling people, just because it sounds cool. We'll see how much we can get Google to start to skyrocket in searches for the bald-faced donkey. Let's see. So, Paraha X, you're still not here? I'm willing to tell you what platform I'm using, but I don't really want to go through it if you're not even here anymore. So if you are still here, just let me know in the chat, and I'd be happy to go through it. Well, I guess if there's somebody else that would like to know, let me just type the number 5. If you're like, hey, what platform are you using? What is this you're doing? Oh, you are here. Okay. So the platform I'm using is twofold. Fold number 1 that I'm doing is I'm doing Pam's Plan. Pam's Plan is just this, my way of saying the best day trading strategy is to day trade futures through a prop firm. So that's what Pam's Plan is illustrating. So that's what I'm doing. I am day trading futures through a prop firm. So the way all that works is with the prop firm, step 1 is you select, and this is what prop firm I'm using, but you would select what purchasing power you want. After you select that, during the checkout process, they're going to say, hey, what platform do you want to use? The one that I'm using and the one that you see right here is Tradeovate. Now, the key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and create an account with them. You don't need to sign up and go through their sign up process. You don't need to do anything. The prop firm itself does all that for you, which is super convenient. So you get signed up, you select Tradeovate. The prop firm will go create your everything, and then they'll send you the login information. At that point, you will go and log into Tradeovate, and then this is what you'll be looking at right here. So what platform, what system, what broker, whatever you want to say, what am I using? Like I said, a twofold question. I am doing this through a prop firm. So step 1, sign up with a prop firm, which again, the one I'm using and recommend, Take Profit Trader up at the top. Use code Clay if you want to support the channel and get the discount. And then during this checkout process, you would select Tradeovate. From where you heard about Pam's Plan? Nowhere. I made it up. It is my argument. It is how I have condensed why, in the category of day trading futures through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about it. Keep in mind, most efficient way. Please don't type, but I day trade stocks and I make money. I day trade crypto and I make money. It's not a claim that you can't make money day trading other things. The claim is that of efficiency. Day trading futures through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about your day trading. Really what? Yeah. I made up Pam's Plan. Again, I just looked at all the benefits and then I put them into a way that hopefully people can remember. Best I could do with Pam's Plan. Maybe there's some other way maybe there's something else I could have spelled, but Pam's Plan is best I could do, brother. I thought it's something that a lot of day traders, no. Most people do not know about Pam's Plan, meaning most people are out there, they don't have a lot of money, so they end up trading, meme coins or penny stocks or, options because they're saying, I don't have a lot of money, and I know I need a lot of money to day trade, because of that pattern day trading rule. So they start in these bizarre, obscure things that are very risky, very dangerous, should I say very inefficient. No, Rob, we got attacked by a bot. The person that I upset a few days ago, I guess they're still upset. But yes, Pam's plant. Most people do not know about it because there's way too many people out there day trading options or day trading low floats or small caps. Again, I understand why they're doing it. But I'm just here to let people know there's a better way. Mathematically provable, a better way. All right, we're getting a bit of a, I don't know if I trust it, but technically speaking, we're getting a little bit of a bull pennant here. The reason why I'm having trust issues is this bull pennant is occurring. So there is the pennant. For you golfers, let's make it a little bit more visual. Put the golf hole. The problem with the bull pennant is it's happening in an overall downtrend. So that doesn't mean that the bull pennant is going to fail, but I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical for that reason. Ben, that is so just false. That is like blatantly false. Like I assure you, theta for day traders is a very real thing, Ben. That is as blatantly false as you can say. What do you mean why? Let me put it this way. I hope you're not day trading options, because if you think as a day trader of options that theta is not influencing things, you don't understand theta. So please stop day trading options. Like that's like so insanely false. Like that is what options are known for to day traders. That is like the thorn in the side of day traders is theta. So for you to call it meaningless is just like, that's a mind-blowing statement. Holy smokes. I assure you, my friend, it is not meaningless. And if any options day traders, or maybe I should say former options day traders, want to step in and let him know how that statement is not right for him to call theta meaningless in day trading, feel free. But that is a crazy statement, my friend. Like top 10 crazy statements made since in the history of the live stream. Yes, on day trading. What are you talking about? And let's be real. The reason people are day trading options is because they want the movement. So sure, well, Clay, you could do some super, super far away expiration date contract and theta is basically nothing. That is true. But now you have a problem of you're barely getting any movement with the contract. And as a day trader, we want movement. So yes, technically speaking, you could do something where theta is not really anything. But the problem there is now you're in an option that is barely moving. And as a day trader, we kind of sort of want movement, right? So yes, under the assumption that you want movement, and in order to create movement in options, you're going to be in a situation where theta is definitely very active. And it is certainly not meaningless. One of the frustrating things about prop firms is that you only get, no, that's not true. At least with Take Profit Trader. Take Profit Trader is not only, you can take as long as you want. Now, I recommend you get it done within 30 days, but no, you can take as long as you want. Okay, Ben, I'm not going to, like I said, Ben, I don't know what I don't know, man. But like I said, I can say with a whole lot of authority that for you to say that theta is meaningless for day traders, that's just a blatant, I mean, that's just not true. That's just like not true. Yeah, I think Apex still. What are you a day trade of options, Ben? Is that why you're like trying to make such like just like, I don't know. Some people they dig in. They're like, you're telling me what I'm doing is inefficient. I'm gonna prove you wrong. And then they start making these arguments that are like, wait, what? Okay, Ben. You go ahead, Ben. By all means. In fact, Ben, why don't you go trade some 0 DT options? Day trade some 0 DT options. And, you know, if theta is meaningless, then cool. Go for it, brother. Yeah, exactly my point. It's about per day, not intraday. Yes, but intraday, it's at work. It's at work during the day. Yeah, exact. So, okay. So Ben's ego has been offended. Gotcha. Ben is digging in saying, wait, I don't like somebody telling me what I'm doing is inefficient, so I'm going to try to defend it. And that's a problem with ego. That's a problem with not being able to just listen to the other side, is you end up literally making arguments such as, hey, theta is meaningless when you're day trading. Like, think about, again, for anybody that's day traded options, like they know what I'm getting at. They're like, that is crazy. Like, I can't believe somebody would say that. Yeah, then you're exactly. Rick's saying, I call BS on this guy even trade. Yeah, because Rick's point is like, no, this dude has never day traded options if he thinks that theta is literally meaningless. But I will say, to be fair, well, no, because Ben is saying he even trades 0 DT options. 0 DT options, theta is just an absolute steroidal beast. Again, Ben, you need to listen very closely. As I've said, I have the bigger portfolio. I make money day trading options. Pam's plan is not an argument that you can't make money day trading options. It's an argument of efficiency. If you want to work inefficiently, if you want to work harder than you need to, then go for it. Go for it. I don't care how big the portfolio is. That proves nothing. All I would say to you is your portfolio would be way bigger if you didn't have to deal with theta all this time. So, man, imagine how big that portfolio would be if you didn't have to deal with theta. All right, Ben is next. Is this your next comment, Ben? My dad can beat up your dad. Is that what's coming next, Ben? Can your dad beat up my dad? That's what it seems like the pathway we're headed. I'm about to be told that Ben's dad can beat up my dad. I know I annoy a lot of you because I emphasize the key words like it's an argument of efficiency. And I say that all the time. But as you see, as much as I say it, people are still like making points. It's like, well, that's irrelevant. Because I'm not saying that you can't make money. I'm saying you're being inefficient. I'm a 35 man. I'm not a chop. Well, like I said, I'm just like all of a sudden you're talking about my portfolio is bigger than yours. Like, irrelevant per the discussion. Because that addresses nothing that I have made no claims that you can't get a big portfolio trading options. My only claim would be, imagine how much bigger your portfolio would be had you not had to deal with theta that entire time. Yeah. Like I said, some people, like we had a math teacher yesterday. Like I said, he's like, oh, really? Tell me how. And he's like, oh, yeah, that actually makes sense. But some people, they don't want to admit like, oh, maybe I'm not going about. And this is coming from somebody that has been day trading options and stocks. And I'm like waving the white flag. Yeah, I was pretty stupid. Now, I do defend myself a little bit when it comes to the prop firm space. I think I was right to be skeptical in that regard. But yeah, hey, I was stupid. It's not like I'm saying this is somebody that's like, I've never done anything stupid. No, I was definitely being stupid for a while. But some people, they just don't want to admit it. They're like, oh yeah, maybe I wasn't doing the smartest thing. I'll tell you what. So here's a lesson that I've learned in life. Not that I have life figured out, but something that I've learned is constructive criticism is gold. Is gold. Like when I did my first class years and years ago, people were like, hey, Clay, that was good, but. Now some people are like, what do you mean, but? No, that class was perfect. I had it put together perfectly. What do you mean all that hard? That was a lot of hard work. What do you mean it was good, but? But if you just listen, but if this, and this, that would have been really good. In fact, if you did this and this, I'd be interested in that. So when you listen to constructive feedback, like that is pure gold. Again, it had to be something like, hey, Clay, you suck. It's like, okay, well, that's not constructive criticism. That's just criticism. But like, if you take one thing away from this podcast, constructive criticism is gold. Some people, they don't want it though. It rubs their ego like, what? No. What do you mean I'm doing something inefficiently? No. And then you start making crazy claims like theta is meaningless in day trading. Like listening to constructive criticism has made me a lot of money from the business standpoint because people will tell you what they want and what they want in order to give you money. It's like, hey, that was good. How about you do a class on this? Hey, Clay, that was good, but it was kind of lacking in this area. Maybe you could fine tune it in like another class here, and I'd be all in. I'm like, okay, that sounds good to me. What's the game plan to trade this bucking bull? The SOH. LS, the SOH order, which is the vast majority of what trading is. The vast majority of trading is using an SOH order. What is an SOH order? Sit on hands. That's the plan right now. I'm deploying the SOH order. Mark Twain said it best. It is not what you don't know that gets you in trouble. It is what you know for sure that just ain't so. Well, that's a good one. Ben, if I thought you were interested in actually listening, I'd interact more, but I'm going to pass with all due respect. That's the other thing I've learned. There does reach a point where when you identified a situation where it's like, okay, this person's not listening, this person's got it all figured out. You know, sometimes you're just better to say, hey, I appreciate the thoughts, and just kind of leave it at that. No, yes, you're audibly listening. Like you are hearing the sound wave vibrations that come out that create sound. So that's what. Yeah, I'm not denying that, but you're not actually open. And again, what you're being harsh. What's your proof of this, Clay? The dude literally said that theta is meaningless for day traders in options trading. Like that reveals everything. Like to say that means that they are so dug in their thought process that it's unprofitable. Again, and I understand that nobody, that doesn't mean a whole lot if you've never day traded options. But for all, like such as Rick here, Rick doesn't even believe that he's ever day traded options because Rick's like, that's such a crazy statement. There's no way this guy's actually ever day traded options. Hearing, not listening. Yeah, that's the way to go about it. See, Jared thinks Ben's trolling because he's like, dude, I've day traded op. What do you mean theta is meaningless? Again, I want to be fair. Theta is meaningless if you're in a certain type of contract where the contract does not expire for a long time. That is true. The problem though is that for day traders, we want movement. And if you're in one of those options contracts where theta is pretty much meaningless, you're getting no movement. That thing is barely budging at all. So if you want movement in options, you've got to step into the arena where theta is very, very active. And he even said he trades 0 DT options, which means the options expire that day, which means theta is a steroidal monster. So I'm not trying to come across as like, well, you're kind of a jerk. You're not going to converse. I try to converse, and that's where it kind of led. What if you scalp options? It's the same problem. Scalping options makes no difference. Theta is there. Trader, what are you so opposed to the futures about, Trader? You seem to really be trying to force a square peg through a round hole with the whole options thing. Done for the day. Gonna request another payout tonight. Nice job, Relax Ardu. Good job. Congrats. All right, just still continuing to watch, essentially, like I said, this bull pennant play out. But I am in Well, the press conference is supposed to start in 2 minutes, but it's Trump. Is Trump ever on time to anything? I don't think he is. I think he's pretty routinely known to be fair, I think, are any politicians ever like on time to their press conferences? So it probably won't start right at 1:30. But yeah, right now, due to kind of all the different variations, I am currently in SOH mode, sit on hands. I'm up $5. Good job. Hopefully it was made with good habits. So we just kind of got to sit and see. Well, gonna go up and look like give that little 50 period a kiss. Is that 50 period gonna smack it back down? Don't kiss me. We'll see. No, Daniel, you would get an email. You would get an email if they don't want you to trade the news. So you're just fine, brother. I'm watching that for maybe a short. Maybe. Curious how it acts relative to that 50 period moving average right there, the purple line. A wise trader once said $500 a day keeps it. It's a good general attitude to have. Brutal sideways action. I don't know. We've had some good moves today, Lance. I will say one consideration on the 5 minute is notice whenever the price has come down into this area of the chart, take note of all those lower shadows. That is representing buyers. Every time the price has come down there, buyers bought it back up. Came down here, buyer stepped in. Came down here, buyer stepped in. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that if it comes back down, buyers are going to step back in again. I'm just saying, I would say probably a consideration within your thought process. I know it's my saying. I know, brother, it's my saying. Yeah, they'll email you. I know you went through it many times, but I can ask you again, I'm opening an account to take profit, but it's asking me to select the play. Trade Ovate right here. This is the one that I'm using that you see. That is the one right there, Michael. Are you using code Clay, Michael? You better be using code Clay. My kids need some ice cream tonight. All right, we're gonna keep watching that. I shouldn't even be saying this, but if yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of that. And by the way, Drew, I was thinking about, you don't know any full-time, like, who are these kids? How do you know these kids that you said earlier? I was thinking about that. Who are these kids that make all this money that you said, that are full-time? Who are these? Somebody you see on social media, right? I was thinking about that. I'm like, wait a second. No, Drew. They should just stick whatever works. Well, yeah. I mean, my whole argument is if you can make money day trading options, that is amazing. Like, seriously, well done to you. My point with that is imagine how much more you could be making if you got to trade something that moved better than options and didn't have theta. Imagine that. So no, I do not believe that people should stick. I mean, basically, this is the argument you're making, Drew. Hey, digging a hole with the shovel works. Therefore, they should just stick with it because it works for them. Okay, that's true. You can use a shovel to dig a hole. And according to you, you should just stick with using a shovel to dig a hole because it works for them. Well, I would argue, yeah, but is there a more efficient way? If there is this thing called a backhoe right there, I would argue that no, maybe you should just do the thing that is way more efficient. So yeah, Drew, I disagree with that because if I extend that logic out, you would be arguing for the guy to keep using their shovel to dig a hole when there's this thing right next door that has hydraulics on it. I made $376 on my 25K. Nice. And you use code Clay. Thank you, Nas. I appreciate it. We're still has Trump started talking yet? No? Okay. All right. Not yet. All right. Well, I'm going to just keep the SOH order in effect. Same guy, Nas. Well, I'm guessing it's the same guy. Where'd my pen go? There it is. So I think the trend line is interesting because if the price does break through the trend line, that implies that it's already broken back below the purple line. It's broken back below the green line, which is a 21 EMA. You definitely have to keep in mind that it wouldn't necessarily have broken down through those lows. But like I said, I'm curious right now. Ben, your problem is you're just trying to make points to let me put it this way. The game you're playing, yes, you could prove me wrong because you're taking outlandish examples. Like, well, what happens if you do a contract that doesn't expire for 4 years? Okay, yes, theta is meaningless. But for the practicality of it, what I'm trying to get here, day traders need movement. Right here. Yes, but you can use theta to sell. Yeah, that's true. But again, Ben, most people here, like 97% of the people on this live stream, don't have the capital required to be selling options, especially naked options. They just don't have that capital. And that's super risky. So yes, on the fringes, if you're trying to make a point, okay, you made the point. But that's what I mean. It's not really good faith because the core that I'm trying to get across is people that want to day trade. In order to day trade, you need movement. But yes, you're right in those points. If you're going to go play let me select these outlier things just so I can be right. That's not a good faith discussion. That's just you trying to be right for the sake of being right. But it has no practical application to what we're trying to talk about here. People here, I'm assuming, want to day trade. And when I say day trade, I'm assuming they don't want to watch paint dry. I'm assuming they want things that move. That is my assumption. So what you're saying is, and again, I'm assuming most people don't have the $25,000. Which is why futures are great because if you're not aware, futures have no pattern day trading rule. So with no pattern day trading rule, you can buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell as much as you want every single day. So it has nothing to do with me not being open to hear what others have to say. I full well hear what you're saying. That's why I'm like shutting it down because, like I said, you're not here to, you're here, you're one of those people that apparently just like wants to be right. So yes. If you play, if you go outside of the scope of the context, then yeah, you can be right. But like, I'm trying to actually have productive discussions. Mr. Latte took a 2,950 loss today on what was it, 25K account? Oh no, Mr. Latte, sorry to hear that. Well, Mr. Latte, I don't know if you're familiar with Pam's plant, but maybe something to consider. Because Mr. Latte, had you been with Pam's plant, I'm not trying to rub the salt in the wound, but just to illustrate, you had a $2,950 loss. So we'll just go with if you're doing a 50K. So if you're doing futures and you had that loss, your loss would have stopped at 2,000. And that's the other thing is, when you're using your own money, which again, Mr. Latte, I appreciate the transparency. Thank you for being so transparent. But when you're using your own money, like the losses can keep going. So had he been in a prop firm doing futures, his loss would have just stopped at 2,000 because that's the rule. The software would have shut it down. It's over. But the problem is if it's your money, that loss can keep going and going. And for Mr. Latte, unfortunately, there was another $950 that got added on top of that loss. But my point here is that, yes, in the prop firm world, you're getting this component right here, which is very important. Your added risk control because you protect your own money. How is the money being protected? Well, had Mr. Latte been in a prop firm, he would have only had to put in $119 of his real money. So sure, whatever happened today, yeah, it would have cost him his account because it would have went down to $2,000 and trade over. But out of his pocket would have been $2,000? No, it only been $119. So that is, that's exactly why. So Mr. Latte, again, hopefully that doesn't come across as me trying to rub salt in the wound because I'm not. I'm just trying to illustrate like Pam's plan. That's exactly what I mean. When you're using your own money and you have a bad day like that, it can add up very, very quickly. So Mr. Latte, I do hope you consider Pam's plan into the future. But thank you again. Nothing but respect for somebody to have the courage and be able to say something like that. The platform that I'm using after you select the purchasing power is right here. The one that I'm using and that you see is Tradovate. Gladys Castillo. Blew up my prop firm account. Well, it happens, classics. There are two types of prop traders out there. Those that have blown up prop accounts and liars. What do you mean? What do you mean it was banned because it was hacked? What does that mean? Did you pay one of these people to pass the account for you, Marty? Be honest. Were you scrolling on Facebook and you saw or were you on YouTube and you had some sort of ad that was like, hey, we'll pass the test for you. We'll get you payouts. Is that what you did, Marty? Be honest. Be honest. Not for me, boss. Prop firm is risky. How is it risky? Because it's not going to let you just go willy-dilly with your rules? Uh-huh. Classics? Yeah. Not for you because you don't like rules. You want to be able to go act like a madman. But wait, are the payouts with prop firms legit? Yeah, they're legit. Yeah. I've been paid by them. There are many members that have been paid by them. No. Again, now all prop firms, I don't know. I only put my name next to these two because they've been around for a long time and they both pay. So, especially Apex is like I think they just hit like over 500 million in payouts to people. So yes, they're legit. And those ones at least pay. I'm not talking for all prop firms. If it just showed up last week and they're based out of Nigeria, I don't know. I'd be probably a little skeptical. Mark, no, that's not real. I got a couple of days ago, I upset somebody, so they have been sending bot attacks. So that's not real. Aren't taxes greater for prop firms? No. It's just a 1099. So that's another very convenient thing. You'll hand your accountant one piece of information because they'll send you a 1099 of any profit or of any money that they pay you. Was there some event that caused the... Yeah, some event definitely did. I'm not quite sure anybody's necessarily sure what the event was, but yeah, there was an event. So you need 25K and pass an evaluation. No. 80 grits. Nope. You do not need 80 or 25K. The 25K is how much purchasing power you're getting. The cost to get that purchasing power is 105. And then you have to pass the test. The test is you've got to show that you can make $1,500, but you got to manage risk. Not allowed to lose $1,500. This is all happening in a simulator. So if you're wondering, wait a second, how can you only give them 105, but they're going to let you lose $1,500 of their money? Because this part here, somebody once said, kind of called it like a job interview, is all happening in a simulator. Once you go from the test into the pro accounts, these are the accounts where once you start to make money, you get to start what are called payouts. They will send you money. But no, the cost is not 25K. The cost is not 50K. This is the amount of purchasing power But the cost of the account itself in this situation, assuming you're using code Clay, so you get the 30% off, would be 119. Does that make sense, 80 grats? I have no idea if you can get another TPT account. You can try, Marty. I don't know, though. Sounds like a scam. So much time trying to get... Well, what's a scam about it? Okay, in fact, let's just do this. Let's talk about it, TV. Let's assume this is a scam and I am part of the scam, okay? It is a scam. I am part of the scam. I am a scammer, okay? You will be scammed out of exactly $105. I say this with all due respect. If you look at $105, you're like, wait a second. If I lose that, my life changes for the worse. Me and my family, we're going to be living under a bridge, like anything like that. I would say you got to shelf trading. Trading is not where you should be right now. If $105 gone is going to wreak havoc upon your personal finances. But if it's not like, yeah, it's $105, then you know what? Worst case scenario here, this is all a scam. I'm in on the scam. We're going to scam you out of $105. Yeah, that's true. It would add up. But here's a nice thing about social media. If Take Profit Trader was a scam and people were not getting paid out, you would think that there would be like an outrage on social media, especially in the prop firm world where people talk. So if you think it's really a scam, then you know what? You better hop on X, Twitter right now. And I'm sure you'll see all this outrage about Take Profit Trader and how they don't pay, how it's a scam. When they ask for a Clay code. No, during when you pay. Glad. There's going to be a spot for a coupon code. You enter that in and click apply. It's just, some people are just, I don't think they think through things. They're not serious. In this day and age, they full well know that if Take Profit Trader was a scam, and I've been sitting here scamming people for the past 4 months, they would be able to go on social media and be like, oh yeah, Take Profit Trader is a scam. They don't pay out money. You don't pay, Clay, 105. Let's talk about... yeah, no, there were bots. There were bots that showed up today. That is a fact. Don't interact. They're just here trolling. I don't know. Maybe they've been here before. You also have a great day. Have a good weekend. If you're green right now, don't do anything silly. Make sure you go into the weekend green, my friend. But yes, have a great day. We are right at this trend line. I should probably extend this out here. The trend line of my curiosity. There it is. We're sitting right there. I don't know, Ben. Everything from you comes across like you got some ulterior motive. I'm sorry. I'll be honest. Maybe I'm wrong here. I could very well be wrong. Maybe I have a poor attitude. I'm completely open to that. But like, I'm really struggling right now to just, when somebody is willing to go to the depths of saying that theta is meaningless within day trading options, it's like, I don't know. That's kind of rough. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a poor attitude to have. I don't know. But it's hard. It's hard when somebody is going to go to that, get that dug in. Get that dug in to make such a statement that is just so not true. No, I don't hate anybody. I'm not a huge fan of how you seem to discuss things. I'll be the first to say that, but that doesn't mean I don't like you as a person. I don't hate anybody as a person. Just because I don't like the way you go through a discussion doesn't mean I don't like you as a person. Is there any paper trader sim for this before? Yeah, you can find paper trading and stuff, platforms like that, Gladys. Yep. Has Trump started talk? I know. Some of you said that you'll tell me when, but has Trump started talking yet? Does anybody know? Not yet. All right. Thank you, K Kim. Thank you, Nero. Appreciate it. Yes, Webull does have paper trading. Yep. No Trump yet. Roger that. I really do. I'm as weird as it is to say, I'm kind of liking this from a long side, but I don't like the variable of Trump not knowing when he's going to start, not knowing what he's going to say. I would think that it's going to be innocent. He's just going to thank Elon and wish him on his merry way, but you never know. I mean, could he go off on a tangent, make a side comment that all of a sudden. Futures or options? I'm day trading futures here, Ed. Day trading options, no good. No good. Mathematically speaking, no good. Well, we remain, or I should say, I remain in SOH mode, sit on hands mode. I don't know. Do I just go long here and just cross my fingers that Trump says something good? What platform should I start with? Ice Skill is a savage. Yeah, just do it. Full account, 15 NQ. Hey, thank you, Dutch or Deutsch or however you say that. Market internals improving. I mean, I believe you. I believe that they're probably improving. The problem is the unknown. Is Trump going to say something that unimproves them very quickly? That's kind of the crux. Ed, what platform? Well, what I do is I day trade futures through a prop firm. So the prop firm that I use, you can see at the top of this screen there. And then I am using the Tradeovate platform. If you make 3K profit first day of 50K evaluation, do you fail? No. I would recommend you try to lose some money though to get down to the 1500, or else you're gonna adjust up your price target. So you don't fail, but you're gonna find yourself having a higher price target than the 3000. Although I should say I'm assuming you're using Tradeovate. Or I'm sorry, you're using Take Profit Trader. So yeah, Ed, if you go to the top link, make sure you use code CLAY to get the 30% off. Choose your purchasing power, and then the next step they'll say, what platform do you want to use? The platform that I'm using that you see here is Tradeovate. So you would just select that. Okay, you are using Take Profit? Yeah. So you have two choices. You can either, thank you, Will. You can either lose. Did you just use it today, Will? Did you just start today on that? Omar, I'll answer that by that. Omar Sala, there we go. There, that's my thoughts on it right there. Well, okay, well, good for you. Well, first off, thanks for using code CLAY. Good for you. You're able to make 3,000. But yeah, so you have two choices because of the 50% rule. Your goal is 3,000, but you're only allowed to make half of that in a single day. So you can either go try to lose money and bring it down to the $1,500 amount, or they're going to adjust that up higher on you. I would say go and lose money, and the best way to do that is just to pull up ES and to go like 10, go to the NQ, pull up like 10 contracts, and then just buy, market, sell, buy, market, sell, buy, market, sell. And then let the commissions eat away at things. I guess you can't do 10 because you're on a 50K. So go 6. Sounds good, Ed. So that's what I would say. I would say to lose money. How can you protect yourself from a sudden event? Well, that's what I was saying earlier. I think in this environment, like this is the environment to use prop firms. Like people that are not using prop firms, I think are crazy. Because all it takes is like I said, and this whole discussion came from this event right here this morning, which unfortunately some people in our community just got wrecked. Like there was nothing going on, and then Trump put out a tweet. And that move right there, ba-boom. Like crushed people. People that were using their own money, like literally could have been thousands upon thousands of dollars gone just like that. But if you're in a prop firm, again, you would lose your account, that's true, but the actual money out of your pocket would have just been, a couple $100 at very most. So how do you protect yourself? I think in this day and age, like if there was ever an environment to be in a prop firm, this would be it. Like the Trump presidency. Try to lose money when trading is kind of Tom. But if you just go to NQ and load up like as much contracts as you can and then just click buy market, sell market as fast as you can, the fees and the commissions will eventually eat away at things. Does that make sense, Will? On what I'm explaining to lose money? As weird as it is to say. What? To anybody logging in, I'm not trying to tell people how to lose money. He needs to lose money within the prop. He violated kind of a rule of a prop firm. That's why I'm telling him how to lose money. But no, I just realized that would sound very bizarre. If I just logged onto a live stream and somebody's like, okay, man, here's how you lose money. Go and do this. I'm like, wait, what is going on here? So context matters. So, will Trump speak? That's the, wait. Oh, okay. I thought Rob was going to tell me. I love that there are rules. Protects me from myself. Yeah, Rob. Very good point. No, it's not, trader. It's like, if you do what I mapped out, you're going to lose money. Go with as many NQs as you can. Now, depending. If you only have to lose like $10, obviously don't go with massive size. But Will has got to lose $1,500. So yeah, go with 6 NQ, which is the max, and then just sit there with 6 NQ. Buy market, sell market. Buy market, sell market. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. As fast as you can click, and just let the commissions do the work. It may take 20, 30 trades, but you'll work it down. Yeah, exactly. Rob loves that there are rules. That's part of Pam's plant. That's one of the... When you use the prop firm, they have an added risk control. They will force you to follow rules. And these rules are designed to get you to focus on risk management and risk control. I know that sounds kind of boring. I know it sounds way more exciting to just be able to show up and do whatever you want because I'm here to make money. And yeah, that's great. But the fact of the matter is, and don't take my word for it, go find a trader you trust. Be like, hey, there's this beautiful looking individual on YouTube that said, making money is not what matters, but managing risk. Focusing on risk control is what matters most. And they will say, yes, and at the heart of it all, risk management is the key. And that's what those rules are designed to force you to do, manage risk. So therefore, I argue are a good thing. He just started. All right. Buckle in, folks. I don't understand futures. I see the ladder, but I don't understand how do you make money there. Any pointers on where to start to? Well, what do you trade right now, Carlos? Step 1, Carlos, don't worry about this. I don't use this either. I just have it here because I know some people do enjoy watching it. But I don't use it, so... Let's just set that aside. But what do you trade right now, Carlos? Yes, it is available in Greece. All right. Trump has started talking. Buckle in. You never try to lose money trading. I'm not sure what you're saying, Tom. The point of needing to lose money with the prop firm is just during the test phase. They put on a consistency rule. They don't want you making 50% of your goal in a single day because they're trying to prevent people from YOLOing, loading up, getting lucky with the trade, and then saying, see, I passed. Because did that actually prove anything, or do you just get lucky with the YOLO? So that's what that rule is trying to prevent. But once you move into the pro accounts, then you can make as much as you want every single day. Correct. Yes, that goes away, Tom. Yep. Yep, it's just there during the test phase to prevent the YOLOers. Carlos, are you still here? What do you trade right now? I think you're falling into the fallacy of, oh, I don't understand futures. I don't know if I want to put in the time and effort to have to learn how to trade futures. I think that, okay, stocks and options. What is your main tool that you use for decisions? In other words, are you using a technical chart? Like, are you looking at candlesticks and stuff like that to make your decisions for the stocks and options? Do you have limits in the platform on the amount of trade? No. Nope. You can trade as much as you want every single day. I realize it's through the trend line here, but again, with Trump talking, I'm being very, very skeptical. On the 5 minute, basically sitting right here at that pivot point. If Elon starts dancing around, I don't know, which way does it go if Elon starts dancing around on stage? Is that sending the markets up or down? Oh yeah, no, I do imagine that 97% of the talk will be about Elon, but as we all know, it's that other 3%. What is he going to say with that other 3%? That could just send the markets doing who knows what. Is there a buffer zone after you hit the profit target? Yeah, no, the buffer zone on your pro is your drawdown. So anything above your drawdown is considered now you're entering into buffer territory. I get it. You can't prove that you're a good trader during the test. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I get it. You can't prove that you're a good trader during the Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're saying with that. You can't prove that you're a good trader. No, I mean, the idea is, yeah, you can. The idea is you know, is there like guarantee? Well, no, but I mean that's the whole idea. Is if you can pass a test where you don't lose more than 2,000, and then you can make 3,000, and again you can do this as long as you want. Doesn't necessarily prove you're a good trader. I don't know if it proves you're a good trader, but I mean you're good enough to still pass a test without YOLOing. But I don't know if I quite understood what you're getting at. I try to keep it simple for options, Bollinger Bands. Okay, cool, Carlos. Well, good news for you. Bollinger Bands exist in futures, and Bollinger Bands is something that you could use to trade futures. Had you said, well, I like bull flag patterns, all I would have said was, good news, Carlos. Bull flags exist in futures, and you can totally use futures. So my point here is, Carlos, given that you already use technical charts within your decision-making process, you're 97% of the way to trading and understanding futures. The only difference for you is instead of using charts to make decisions about stocks and options, you would now be using charts to make decisions about futures. Now, the other 3%, sometimes I'll also use the RSI or support levels and resistance. There we go. All those things exist in futures too. You could use the RSI. You can use supports and resistance levels. That's what I like to use. So all those things are totally valid. So therefore, you're 97% of the way there. So here's the final test for all of you that are maybe intimidated. Well, I don't know about futures. So if you already use charts, like I said, 97% of the way. Here's the final bit. Here's the last 3%. So this is how you calculate gains and such. So Carlos and everybody else that is maybe in Carlos's shoes, from that level there, 21,160, up to that level right there, 21,180, there is a difference there between those two numbers of 20. Now, in futures, things are known as points. So this difference here is a difference of 20 points. So the big question that you have to ask yourself is, well, what is 1 point worth? And if you're trading the NQ, 1 point equals $20. So here's the quiz question, Carlos, and to anybody else. if somebody, so if somebody, let's just say, bought right there and then sold right there, and then they went around saying, hey, I made 20 points on that trade, and they had one contract. So I made 20 points on that trade. How much did they make? If they made 20 points and 1 point is worth $20, Carlos and everybody else, how much did that trader make? Again, they bought, it went up, they sold after making 20 points, and 1 point equals $20. So how much did they make? Dollars and cents. And again, this is just with one contract. So this is all per contract. Waiting for Carlos. Good job, Ed. I think Ed's a little newer to futures. Waiting for Carlos. Correct, trader. To the extent where you factored in commissions, well done. Do I ever use the TTM squeeze indicator? No, never heard of it. Good job, Tom. Come on, Carlos. We're waiting on you, brother. Where'd you go? Come on, man. 1 point is worth $20. And that movement, that distance on the chart was 20 points. How much is that worth per contract? And in this situation, you have one contract. Oh, man. Trying to help somebody and then they just bail. Well, to everybody else, well done. Yes. Carlos apparently, there he is. Yes, 400. Okay, final question here to make sure you understand futures numbers. That all was per contract. Let's say this trader said, hey, I have 4 contracts. How much did they make? So the contract says, hey, I made 20 points on the NQ and had 4 contracts. How much did that person make? No problem, Carlos. Good Ben, good Ice, good Childlike, good Ed. Good job, Tom. Good job, Danny Boys. It looks like Gladys delayed too. Good job, Jeff. No, there is no math exam tomorrow. The math exam is right now. I had finals and some recertification exams to prep for, so I'll be trying out a prop firm in the near future. Sounds good. Giddy's correct. Carlos, you're scaring me, buddy. We just established that one contract, which you got right, was $400. But then I just said, well, what happens if that trader had 4 contracts? Again, all this math right here to lead to the $400 was, like I said, for one contract, $400. Now I'm saying, well, what happens if this trader had 4 of those contracts? How much would they be up? There you go, Carlos. You now officially know how to trade futures. There you go. That's what I mean. 97% of it is just, do you understand charts? And then the other 3%, you got to understand how points work. But there you go. Exactly, Ben. So Ben with the math right there. We are right at this overnight low. I could see. We're going to get short at the red line. Now, if it pushes up too much, I'm not going to like that risk profile anymore. In. See if we want this thing to roll down a little bit. First profit target right there at that green line. Stop is at the upper green line right here. We'll see if this wants to get rejected after off the overnight high or not. Or I'm sorry, overnight low. Very, very minimal size here just because Trump's talking. You never know. And I'm gonna end out. So that was a losing trade. All right, I tried. Did not care about that level. So be it. Do I need to buy market data to trade? Good question, Dan. You do not. Nope. This, so I'm just, if you go with the 50K, when you pay the 119, that includes your data. And I should also note that the per month is only during the test phase. This is why I tell people you can take as long as you want to pass the test, but I recommend get through it within a month. Now you may be saying, but Clay, dude, I've never made 3,000 in a month. What are you talking about? I'm telling you right now, because of this point about futures and their movement and how they move, 3,000, it's more than reasonable within 1 month. But the reason why I say and you know tell people to get done within a month is because once you go from here, once you pass your test and move into the pro account, that monthly fee goes away. So there is no monthly fee anymore. That is just during the month. So again, if it takes you 3 months, then so be it, but you will have to pay that 3 times. That's why I say don't rush, but aim to get it done within a month so that your all-in risk is just $119. So, but yes, that fee right there does also include the data. Mikey, here for Pam's plant. Bonus is explaining why not to day trade options. We've already gone that a couple times, Mikey. We've already gone down pathway a couple times. Panama Jack. The more Trump talks, the higher Netflix continues to pump. Well, that's an interesting correlation. I paid for the 50K account, but I don't see where I would open a trade. Well, did you set up your platform? You got traded? Well, who did you select as your platform, Dan? Who did you select as your what? Didn't know that after the monthly, yeah, after you pass, that monthly fee goes away. Okay, well, did you? Okay, well, something's off then, Dan. Yeah, you do not have to buy market data. Are you logging into Tradeovate with the information that Take Profit Trader created for you? Okay, well, maybe try logging out and back in. Yeah, but don't pay for market data. That's unnecessary. Are you using TradingView or something? Somebody mentioned at some point that TradingView can mess things up. I don't know. You might have to reach out to them then. But yeah, you definitely do not need to pay for market data. That part is for sure. We are approaching the 50 period, something moving average, that purple line here on the 5 minute. Still got a ways to go. But apparently the market is, I don't know if it's liking what, whoa, that was spicy. Now to play a pullback here or not, that's the question. Does this thing come down here, back test, and go? That is what I'm wondering. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about potentially a long if it wants to come down to that area. Did a little scalpy. Nice job, Mikey. Mikey with the scalpy scalp. I tried Take Profit Trader and I failed it in one trade. So I quit. So you're blaming Take Profit Trader for you failing in one trade? You're not blaming your apparent lack of risk management, guitar guy? With all due respect, that seems like a problem of you wanting to blame anything other than the true problem, which is the guy that apparently did not have any risk management in play. If you blew it in one trade, what did you do? Like load up max size and no stop loss? So you quit messing with it. As if it was the prop firm's problem. Like I said, I say this out of coaching love. I would encourage you to maybe perhaps consider looking at the person in the mirror and not looking to blame external forces. Such as, oh, it was the prop firm's fault, so I'm not going to do the prop firm anymore. Well, like I said, I was looking for it to pull back here, but I don't know if it's going to do it now. Small little pullback, and now heading back up, but we'll see. No, I blame myself because I went in without knowing what I was doing. Okay, well, how about you learn what you're doing and not just abandon the whole thing? Like, what's the alternative? You're going to go back to trading futures on Webull with your own money? Like, that seems like I would disagree with that conclusion. I don't know what I'm doing. Instead of figuring it out, I'm just going to go do something way more inefficient and way more risky. I don't know, man. That sounds... I think you could go about it a little bit differently. A little bit more efficiently. A little bit more risk conscious. Everyone is a... Yeah, Mikey, we had somebody earlier. I really wish they... It makes me kind of sad because apparently this person here thought like that we were the group that was going to make fun of them. But this person here showed up kind of talking a big game. But to their credit, they did give an entry and a stop loss before the price. And then like I said, I hope they honor the stop loss because that turned out to be very poor. But yeah, then they never came back to own up to anything, which would have been fine because nobody's going to make fun of them because, hey, we applaud them having the courage to do it. But yeah, the point being is, yeah, everybody can throw around the broad statements like, oh, this is going to dump, this is going to happen, this is going to do this. And then you're like, well, let's get a little bit more detailed. Yeah, then it starts to get a little bit more tricky. Gladys Castillo. I use many time frames. We're watching the 2-minute here, but then over here I have other time frames. I like the 5-minute too. Me and the 5-minute are homies. Hugo. Hello. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Hugo, but hello. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Is Apex the same as Take Profit? No. They are both prop firms, but one is definitely for beginners. If you are a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, Take Profit is the way to go. They're the best prop firm in my opinion. They have the best payment policy, a clean set of rules. Now, once you get experience, once you start to kind of get some results under your belt with Take Profit Trader, and if you want to expand your empire of prop firm trading, then yeah, I have nothing against Apex Trader. You can go and use them, and if you want to support the channel, then yeah, you can use code Clay to lock in the deals with one of those. So they are the same in the sense of they're both prop firms, but Apex has way more rules. There's just a lot more stuff going on where if you are a beginner, you're going to just get totally overwhelmed. So kind of the same in some regards, but very different in other regards. He's taking questions now. So, all right, questions. Okay, good point, Rob. I don't get into day trading to each its own, but occasionally I will do a monthly trade. Other than that, I'm long-term. Yeah, cool, Panama Jack. If that's what you're wanting to do and all that, cool, no problem there. I just want people to know that if you do actually have goals, if you would like to be a day trader, but you don't think that like, well, I only have like $1,000 and I know I need to make 20 or have 25,000 because of the pattern day trading rule, so I can't be a day trader. That's actually not true. But if you're just like, no, I have zero interest in being a day trader at all, totally cool too. But yeah, this is a live stream for more so the day trader, specifically the day traders in futures. I've been watching you since when you used to scalp Tesla. Yep, yeah, back in the good old Tesla days. So you're kind of old, Hugo. But hey, thanks for swinging by. After the demo on Take Profit Trader, charging every month is... Yeah, Trader Revolution. Once you pass the test phase, Oh, what did he say? What did he say? What did Trump say? Some reporter asked Trump something, and what did Trump say? Yeah, guitar. I'm deleting that because, yeah, I'm not a fan of them. And there's not, I guarantee you, Take Profit Trader is easier than them. Like, for sure, easier. Like, Take Profit Trader is so straightforward. You got to make this, don't lose more than this, and then the 50% rule, which is super easy to understand, and that's it. And then, yes, you can't hold overnight. You're welcome, Ed. Yeah, I don't have anything against Apex at all. I'm just saying that from an efficiency standpoint, somebody that's trying to be brought into the world of day trading futures through a prop firm, I think just a smoothness of process is the best way to leave a good taste in that person's mouth. And Apex, because they got all sorts of stuff going on, I'm not quite sure that's going to be the smoothest way to go about it. What phase is after the demo? Come on, Trader Revolution. You've been to their site. Come on, man. Come on, man. I know for sure you've seen that table a million times before. Again, if you're brand new, I wouldn't get all animated like this, but Trader Revolution has been around for like 3 months now. So for sure, he dreams about this table that I show like 8 million times every live stream. So come on, brother. Do I need to chew up your food for you too? I'm a momentum style day trader looking to add future scalping to the mix. Oh yeah, well, Hugo, I will tell you this right now. Whatever you're day trading right now, whether that's stocks, options, Forex, or crypto, you will try futures and be like, no, I'm done with that other stuff. Futures makes all those other things absolute garbage. And as you know, this is coming from a guy that has day traded stocks and options for a very long time. I was told, and it turned out to be true, if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually end up in futures because futures just are better. They just trade better. And that is so much, is that so true, Hugo? So whatever you're trading right now, once you give option or futures a try, you're going to be like, oh yeah, yep, see you later, stocks, see you later, options. So the test, you have a whole month to make that 3K before having to pay again. Correct, Ice Skill, yep. Do you have a video on how to use the platform? Yes. Yeah, for the most part, yes. This right here. If you want to set up your Tradeovate platform to how mine looks, who asked that? Gladdy. Then you can use that link right there. So that will show you how to set up the platform in that regard. Oh boy. What a coincidence. Big spike, and then look right where the spike started, right below the VWAP. The power of charts. Looks like Ultra stopped by with his... Yeah. He's still upset. Thank you for the information. You're welcome. Is holding overnight a rule for... No, you may not hold overnight. Not for a pro account either. Yeah, just check out that. And I'm... Tradeovate, are they the perfect platform? No. But does a perfect platform exist? I don't think so. But I've gotten to use them. Or I've gotten used to them. I'm interested in a short. But I want to see it come up through these levels and then see if it wants to come back down. Iowa. Let the good... No. There's no fun in Iowa. No fun in Iowa. Iowa is a terrible place to live. Don't move here. It's just traffic and mean people. And corn. That's all it is corn. Correct. Not good times. Nope. I hear Texas is great. I hear Florida is great. I hear California is great. I hear Idaho is great. I hear Tennessee is great. It is. I second that. I used to stay. Yeah, see, exactly. Yeah, I hear Wisconsin is amazing. Yeah, move to... Yeah, everybody, if you're looking for a place to move to Wisconsin for sure. Oh, yeah, go to Philly. Philly's great. Don't come to Iowa. It's terrible. Do not come to Iowa unless you like traffic and mean people and corn and earthquakes and tornadoes and lions and tigers and bears. Don't come. Don't do it. Don't do it. Again, waiting to see if this wants to come up through here and then maybe try to capture it on the way. Yeah, or it's South Dakota. Yeah, go to South Dakota. I hear that's great too. Yeah, and bad drought. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just there's nothing good in Iowa. Don't come here. I've never seen so much traffic in my life. It's unbelievable. Again, I'm waiting. I want to see if the price wants to come up through here. And then I'm thinking about trying to capture it on the way back down for a short. Or should I be going long here? This is kind of a nice little pattern. Do I have the world backwards right now? I might have the world backwards. What would my risk be? I don't want to risk a whole lot. So if I buy at, let's just say 92, and then if I want to risk just 10 points on it, yeah, I'll do that. I'll just risk a cool 10 points. So I will look to buy right there, and then my stop would need to be at 83 because I just want to risk 10 points, which is about 60 bucks. So we'll see if this is indeed. Really don't like the 5 minute though. That's 10 points. It's Friday. Let the good times roll. I'll still be green even if I'm wrong, so be it. So be it, Billy. The anticipation is killing me. Come on, Trump, say something good. Yeah, I've seen that one too, Drew. I think that's what Mahdi might have signed up for. Now he's saying, I can't get a take profit anymore because my account got hacked. Did it get hacked or did you give your information to somebody like that? I don't know. Gonna have my cursor right here because that's where I'm gonna lock in my stop, but I gotta get filled first. Is it gonna break? Is it gonna break? Green line is my entry point. Seeing if this wants to be a bull pennant breakout. Gonna risk 10 points on it. So about $60. If I'm wrong, I'll be out about $60. But even if I lose $60, I know that I'll still be plenty green on the day, so I am perfectly mentally okay with that. Oh, I hear Seattle is fantastic. Yeah, move to Seattle. I hear it's fantastic. Basically, anywhere other than Iowa is fantastic. Feel free to move there. Okay, in. Uh-oh. Did I just get suckered in? Looking like it. And, okay, I still got a chance, maybe. Maybe. Come on, Trump, say something good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looking like my original idea might have been the right one. Let it come up through those areas and then try to get it short on the way back down. Yep, and I'm out. The fake breakout got me. Are you a Hawkeye or Cyclone? I am a Buckeye. I grew up in Ohio and graduated from The Ohio State University. Don't worry, Clay. No one is moving to Iowa on purpose. I moved to Iowa on purpose. Terrible decision, though. Terrible decision. Easy to be nasty. That's not going to happen. What's not going to happen? Now I'm thinking short. But I'm not sure I want to be the guy that gets stopped out from the long side, then he goes short, and then he gets stopped out from the short side. I don't know if I feel like being that guy heading into the weekend. I don't know if my ego's small enough for something like that. But this does have me leaning short now. So if you told me you're getting short here, I would not call you crazy at all. I followed a girl to Grand Island, Nebraska many years ago, longest year of my life. I hear Nebraska's great. Moved to Nebraska. Oh, I think easy to be nasty must be saying that's not going to happen was in regards to, or was in reply to Panama Jack saying that Netflix is going to go to $1,200. Well, I tried the breakout. I stepped up to the plate. I took my swing, and it didn't work out. It was in reply to Trump saying something. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think I connected those dots, but thanks for clarifying. Me too. Feeling like a short. Again, my ego's too big. I want to go short here, but I don't want to be the guy that goes long, gets stopped out, and then goes short and gets stopped out. My ego just can't take it. There's too much pressure. But yes, if you do not have those pressures and you're saying, I'm thinking short, I see exactly what you're saying. I don't think you're crazy at all. Nice, well-defined stop. It's acting like it's showing some weakness here. I've been humbled too much in the last 2 days to have an ego. Then get on short. Get on short. Or get on whatever you think gives you an edge. If I could say gives you, that would be a fantastic ability on my part. Is this thing going to come down or not, brother? I mean, look at this 5 minute. This 5 minute is just like, okay, we're got all sorts of indecision right here at the VWAP. I probably should be short, but my ego is just not there. Okay, Ed. Did you sign up with Take Profit Trader first? I've explained this about 13 times on the live stream today, and you must not have been around. Did you sign up for Take Profit Trader? Okay, you did that first? You sign up for Take Profit Trader first. All right, I want to make sure we're on the right page, Ed. Okay, and then Take Profit Trader, they created a login and username for you for Tradeovate. Is that also accurate? So you got everything figured out, Dan? What was the issue? Did you just need to log out and back in again? No. Okay, so then with that information, Ed, you then went to Tradeovate and logged in? Is that what you meant by everything? I thought you meant when you said I just opened my Tradeovate account, like you went to Tradeovate separately and created an account there, which is like totally not what you have to do. You can skip that step. But it sounds like that's not actually how you meant that statement. I mean, this has got to roll over, doesn't it? Look at this 5 minute. Like, this thing's got to come down. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Why am I not short? Like, guarantees exist, don't they? And the guarantee is this thing's got to come down, right? I mean, it's got to. How does it not come down? When I go to subs on Tradeovate, it says I have come CME bundle for... yeah, Dan, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know what you did. Did you used to have an account with them? Yeah, then you clicked something along the way. You signed up for something along the way that you must not have needed to. Because you definitely do not need to be paying that $12. All right, see you later, Nero. Have a good weekend. Yep, now it's coming down. I just couldn't do it. My ego was too big. Bummer. That was and I would have been okay the whole time. And I'm not, because for those of you that were here, you heard me say it. I want to see the price come up through here and then come back down. So it came up, it came back down. My stop would have been right there above the highs. Nothing fancy there. And notice, I would have had to wait for a little bit, but the price never would have violated that stop. And then finally getting the movement down here. I guess that's what you get when you don't go with your original instincts. That's what I like about the live stream. Sometimes it makes me look really stupid. I mean, I guess it makes me look stupid here. But like you know that I'm not like just saying this. For those of you that are here, you heard me originally being bearish on this. And then I changed it up and I did the exact opposite thing. And wouldn't you know it, I lost money. Sometimes your gut instinct, your first instinct is the good one. Just signed up for the 50K Clay. Use the code Clay. Awesome, Michael. Well, thank you. When my kids are eating some nice ice cream tonight for movie night, they're going to say, Dad, how did we afford this ice cream? I'm going to say, because Uncle Michael used code Clay. If you're new and not aware, the running joke around here is I do, in real life, have 6 kids. So if you want my kids to eat, use code Clay. So sometimes people will be like, hey, Clay, I just bought the kids pizza. Or hey, Clay, yesterday somebody was like, I bought the kids some ice cream. Michael just bought the kids. Like I said, it's movie night. So we'll have some ice cream tonight. Dad, usually we don't have ice cream. How did we afford this? Because Uncle Michael, code Clay. So if you use code Clay, let me know. And I'll give a shout out to my kids. Like, hey, we're actually not eating dirt tonight. Because all these kind people decided to support the channel and use code Clay. I also signed up for the... Do you use code Clay, Trader? What's code Clay? Code Clay is at the top, where if you use it for the prop firm, you get the discount, and then I get a little slice of things. So code Clay, it's right at the top of the screen. If you go to that website, and then you want the promotion, which is 30% off, and then 0 activation fee, and you use code Clay, you'll get the promotion, you'll get the discounted pricing, and then I get a little slice. And then my kids can eat. Clay, just want to be crystal clear. It's my first trading day on TIA. TPT profit target is 1,500. The 50% rule is I can't go above 750. Correct. Only during the test phase. After you pass the test and move into the pro, you can make as much money as you want every day. They only have that rule in there. Well, thank you, trader. I appreciate that. I will let them know that the candy. So we'll have some ice cream and candy, and the candy was due to Uncle Trader from Finland. There is a nice man from Finland. I don't know. Am I supposed to be short in here, stuck at the VWAP again? I'll go with 1 MNQ. I don't know anymore. You going to film me or no? Should throw in some sal. We can't afford it right now, Tom, so you better go use code Clay. Then I can afford... Oh. All right, well, I tried. Then I can afford... then I can say, hey, Uncle Tom says we need to eat healthy. Are you the guy that was driving up the Apex affiliate? I was looking at that and saying, man, somebody's loading up on accounts. Like, usually I don't get a whole lot. Is that you, Nathan? Yeah, you almost bought the kids a car. No, the soil's not good here in Iowa. We can't grow anything in Iowa. We don't have good enough soil for the garden. Man, then I even try to get... I mean, usually you all saw me. I had that red line out there. I was trying to get filled. Now it comes down. No, we don't even have deer here. There's no deer in Iowa. Nope, just mice. This VWAP is hunting my dreams right now. Did I say hunting my dreams? I meant haunting. Cost of living isn't... No, cost of living's terrible. Terrible. I just read a study. Worst place to live on Earth, Iowa. On Earth. Slightly above it was Somalia and North Korea. So those were the two spots above, yeah. Worst place to live on Earth, Iowa, bottom of the list. Up above it was Somalia and then North Korea. Yeah, it's terrible here. Don't move here. Don't move here. You know, it's one of those things where I feel like now in hindsight, with hindsight just full bore staring us in the face, it's like, what was I think? Why did I think buying right there would have been a good idea? But to be fair to myself, at one point, this is what the chart looked like. That was a nice little bull pennant. A nice clear breakout point, nice little consolidation after a big surge up. Like, I wasn't that crazy to think that thing could have gotten rocking and rolling. But yeah, in hindsight, yeah, what was I thinking? Clay, you should give your personal video journal. It has been a while, but there's only so much stuff I can really talk about. But that's a fair point. That is a fair point. I don't know. Like, am I stupid? Tell me if I'm stupid. I'm thinking of buying that trend line break. But am I stupid? I'm thinking about it. To me, I'm seeing another consolidation where the bears can't quite win out to the push to the downside. Every time the bears have pushed down, bull stepped in. Bull stepped in. O'Leary rule stupid. All right. We got one for team stupid. Trade. All right. Trader already made a trade. Trader, so have you ever traded futures before? Have you ever traded futures before? If not, what did you used to trade beforehand? Man, only one person thinks I'm stupid. I thought we'd get at least a couple stupids. Yeah. All right, maybe it's super smart. I don't know. We're at the 4-hour mark, so this is when I get a little loopy. I don't know. I don't know if my brain's operating at full power or not. Appreciate the feedback from O'Leary, at least. I am going to be interested. How does it behave at the 21 EMA if it goes down there again? Oh, you have traded futures before? Gotcha. Okay. All right. I was going to interview you on your thoughts of whatever you had previously traded to that. Bull flag breakout, VWAP break, 50,000 break could make for explosion. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking, Nathan, but I don't know. Oh, Larry says I'm stupid, which I'm open to the fact. Maybe I'm being stupid. But that's what I'm thinking is if it gets through that trend line, then that basically implies that it's not only through the consolidation trend line, it's also through the 200 period, it's through VWAP. But right now I got recency effect in my mind. The last breakout I tried, no soup for me. Claire, ever thought about translating your videos to target? Yeah, I've had a lot of people say that over the years. It's just, I don't know. It's just one more thing to do. And I have so many videos. It's just, I don't even know how to go about that. That's true, Larry. One of us is going to be stupid here. I've never traded anything else. Oh, okay, trader. Well, then never mind. I won't interview you and get your thoughts about what you used to trade compared to futures because you don't have that baseline. I mean, you say that you can do Spanish for me for free, but like we're talking like hundreds of hours of videos. I appreciate that's nice of you. That's very nice of you, but I don't know if you actually quite mean that just because I don't know if I don't know if you quite understand the scope of what would need to be done. I don't know if I feel like waiting. I kind of just feel like calling it good here. I don't know if I feel like really waiting that much. You know what? I think I am going to go ahead and call it good. So do with this pattern what you will. But we're at 4 hours. I'm mentally toasted, roasted. It's Friday. I do plan on doing a Saturday morning coffee tomorrow. So for those of you that like to just kind of hang out, it's just a very laid back environment. Probably be about 10 a.m. Eastern time. Saturday morning coffee. Coffee and trade talk. Okay, now it's coming up. Don't tempt me. Come on, I just said I was done. Yeah, I'm going to be done. So that's all I have. Again, if you enjoy, make sure you hit that like button on the way out. And if you're not yet a subscriber to the channel, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications. Because, yes, I'm usually here at 11 a.m. Eastern, but oftentimes I show up earlier than that. So if you would like to know immediately when I go live, then yeah, subscribing and turning on that notification bell will help out in that regard. And like I said, if you are thinking about, or maybe you're already in the world of Pam's Plant, which is day trading futures through a prop firm, and you're just looking to support the channel, Code Clay works on both. Whether you are with Take Profit Trader or Apex Trader, or that you can use Code Clay on both of those to not only do you get the discount, but it's just a way to support the channel. So if you're looking to do that, that is a way to do so. If you want to support somebody else and use their code, go for it. Support who you'd like, but if you do enjoy this and want to support it, then Code Clay makes that happen. So thank you, everybody, for being here. If I don't see you tomorrow at Coffee and Trade Talk Saturday morning, I'll see you back on Monday. So everybody have a great weekend.